The motion to approve the agenda,
So moved. Second.
moved by Cass, second by Cindy. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of approving the agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And it's approved. We'd like to welcome Michael with us today, all the way from Interstate 35 Community School District. Everybody's had a chance to say hello this morning, and very glad that you could join us.
Thank you.
Look forward to your input from the student perspective of things. And at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Director.
Thank you. So our first agenda item here is second is the election of the officers, which I will facilitate. So we will start with the role of president. Board members may nominate themselves or another board member. Are there any nominations for the president of the board?
I nominate John Robbins.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Is there a motion?
I'll move that John Robbins be president of the Iowa State Board of Education for the ensuing year.
Thanks.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that board member Robbins serve as president of the board. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Congratulations, President Robbins. Would you like to switch seats?
Ken. It's been see
Oh.
people.
And President Robbins will facilitate the vice president election.
Okay, I'll call for nominations for vice president.
I'll nominate Brooke Axiotis.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none. Need a motion to move that Brooke Axiotis as vice president.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Brian and second by Cindy. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Definite aye.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. All right.
Thank you for
Thank you.
serving.
Yes. Yes, you're welcome.
Moving to communications with public comment. The state board's agenda is full, and we'll place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes for 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude, and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. Topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. We have public comment this morning.
Good morning. If you're joining us virtually and you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. Again, if you're addressing the board, use the raise hand feature in Zoom. And if you're calling in, press *9. I just want to repeat that as a few people just joined as I was talking. Okay, we have nobody at this time.
Okay, we will include public comment and move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. And thank you and congratulations both on your appointment, and thanks to each of you for your service on the board. So first and foremost, we are in the midst of celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week. And throughout the week, we're celebrating teachers on social media and through headline stories that feature some of our extraordinary teachers. So please check those out and amplify them. We are also producing and releasing a video showing our appreciation and thanking some of the teachers who have made a difference in the lives of the department team. So we look forward to that as well. And then I also want to welcome our new board member, Michael McClelland, who is a junior at Interstate 35 High School, where he's involved in cross-country, track, band, student council, and the National Honor Society. And we had the opportunity to connect earlier this week and just so look forward to his service on the board. He also serves as a drum major of the marching band, secretary of the student council, and the student representative on Interstate 35 School Improvement Advisory Committee. He also works at the Little Roadrunner Childcare Daycare. So we were also talking about our Credentials to Childcare grant program that would facilitate high schoolers earning a Child Development Associate industry recognized credential. So I'm really looking forward to your insights and welcome. We also have some additional exciting news to share this morning regarding the ISD IES BVI superintendent search. So as you know, for the past 2 years, Mr. John Cool has served as interim superintendent, first supported by the Board of Regents and then by the Department of Education, following government alignment last summer. And we are so grateful to Mr. Cool for his leadership and dedication, which has included 34 years of service at ISD and 12 years of service at IES BVI. I'm going to talk a little bit about the robust process to bring us to this morning. So first, to inform that superintendent leadership profile, we conducted 3 public listening sessions last fall, and we conducted 2 internal listening sessions, one with the ISD team, one with the IES BVI team, all to inform the superintendent leadership profile before the search process commenced. We then formed an 11-member search committee to equally represent the IES BVI and ISD communities. And then through that committee, we're able to benefit from the expertise of parents, of faculty, of staff, of alumni, and partners like the Iowa Department for the Blind and the Iowa Association of the Deaf. And then that search committee then recommended 2 finalists who had meetings with the ISD and IES BVI students, staff, and the leadership team, and then participated in a public candidate forum, followed by an input survey, followed by a final interview. So an incredibly robust process. And we just want to thank again the team members, the students, the family, the alumni, the partners, the community members who participated in the search committee and all parts of that robust process. So we carefully considered all of their feedback, and each of them had a critical role in this very important decision. So with that, Mr. Chris Captain will serve as our next ISD and IES BVI superintendent. He brings over 2 decades of experience as the Director of Student Services, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, a principal, and a teacher. And he will begin his new role on July 1st. So we are excited to welcome him then. We also joined 2 significant education bill signings earlier this week. So on Tuesday, Governor Reynolds signed House File 2618, which includes multiple literacy provisions into law alongside members of the General Assembly, families, teachers, education leaders, teacher preparation programs, the Iowa Reading Research Center, and the Dyslexia Board, all represented there. Bill signing occurred at ADM, which has systematically implemented the science of reading and experienced really significant achievement gains, as was shared by Travis Wilkins of ADM, who's their Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. And namely, this legislation supports students who are not on track to be proficient readers with personalized reading plans through the 6th grade. It supports teacher preparation programs and preparing the next generation of educators to provide science of reading aligned instruction, including pre-service teachers demonstrating competency in evidence-based literacy instruction. And it provides families with information about their child's educational needs and the ability to retain a child who is not on track to be a proficient reader, thus empowering families and teachers to best serve students together and in partnership. And then relatedly, last month, we also welcomed Storm Lake Superintendent Stacy Cole and Ankeny Superintendent Eric Pruitt to the Iowa Reading Research Center Advisory Committee. And then yesterday, Governor Reynolds also signed File 2405 to change the Community College State General Aid formula alongside members, community college presidents, and community colleges for Iowa. And now the President's Council is required to establish the distribution formula for the succeeding budget year on or before October 31st of each year through the approval of at least 10 members of that council. Also, related to legislation and implementing House File 2612, last week, the department shared an FAQ on teacher salary minimum requirements. And we have also been planning the implementation of the provision that requires the department to develop and distribute to school districts, accredited non-public schools, and AEAs a list of evidence-based professional development that an AEA may provide to a public school or accredited non-public school. So in the department's regular meetings with AEA leadership, developing and implementing this process for the 25-26 school year, this has been identified as a top priority. And so we plan to develop a list of evidence-based professional development services informed by expert reviews based on a public rubric. And to inform that process and criteria for that rubric, we have this past week conducted 3 listening sessions. One last Thursday with AEA chiefs, AEA special education and education service leaders. And then on Friday morning with the curriculum network and curriculum directors across the state. And then one just yesterday with superintendents. And then we're updating the proposed process and potential rubric criteria now based on that feedback. And then we will then publish a proposed rubric and survey for broader public input following those listening sessions. And then shifting into previewing one of today's significant agenda items, which is the first read of the revision of the Iowa Academic Standards for English Language Arts, led by our incredible literacy team who is here today. In February, the department put out an all-call for educators, administrators, and content experts, especially those with backgrounds in the science of reading, to review the state's ELA standards and provide suggestions for revisions. And that group finalized its review and recommendations. Public comments were then requested, and listening sessions were held in April to collect feedback on the proposed revised ELA standards. That period ended on April 12th. The department then issued another call for educators, content specialists, administrators, families, industry, and community partners, and representatives from higher education institutions to serve on a final review committee following the standards public comment process. The proposed revised standards are now ready for first read for your review and feedback today. And as a reminder, the ELA standards were first adopted in 2010. With minimal revisions in 2016 and no substantive revisions since their initial adoption. And as we discussed in conversation around the math standards adopted at our last board meeting, moving forward, the department will support the board in substantively reviewing and revising each set of standards at least every 5 years. So we'll be on a regular schedule. And then finally, we have a couple of grant programs to update you on and some conference and community engagement. So on April 11th, the department announced the recipients of the Credentials to Careers Grant, which initially provided $1.7 million in competitive grants to Iowa school districts to align their secondary CTE programs with industry recognized credentials. And a total of 20 districts were awarded a grant. And then due to the strong response from school districts to this opportunity, we leveraged an additional $830,000 in federal funds to support an additional 17 districts in their work to align CTE programs with student attainment of an industry recognized credential. So that's a total of a $2.5 million investment now awarded through the Credentials to Careers Grant Program. And then related to conferences and summits, the Governor's STEM Advisory Council hosted the Iowa Classrooms Plus Workplaces Summit last month at the Iowa Event Center. We had hundreds of educators, students, and business and industry partners from across the state attend to learn more about connecting STEM education with work-based learning opportunities. And we also had the opportunity to recognize the 6 2024 STEM Teacher Award recipients alongside Cuban Industries, which sponsors that award. And then last month, I also helped kick off the 2024 Iowa Annual Work-Based Learning Coordinators Conference with over 300 education and business leaders. And then we helped kick off the second general session of the 2024 Iowa FFA Convention with over 6,500 FFA members, advisors, and partners at that. There, we also announced the winner of the 2024 Golden Owl Award, which honors the top agricultural educator of the year each year. And then alongside Director Townsend, we also helped kick off the a registered apprenticeship signing day event at Build My Future, which has employers and over 5,000 student attendees getting to talk with future employers, better understand multiple career pathways, and is an incredible event that I encourage everybody to put on their calendar for next year. And then we also had the opportunity to talk with leaders across the state as a part of the Iowa Association of Business and Industry Leadership Program, which supports 40 business community leaders in a 9-month program to equip them, Iowa leaders across sectors and across geographies with policy solutions for their communities. And then finally, the nominations for the 2025 Teacher of the Year Award closed last month, and we are excited to share that we received 236 nominations compared to 111 last year. So thank you for your partnership in ensuring that we have an incredible pool that reflects the incredible educators across the state. For this year's Teacher of the Year selection process, each nomination will be reviewed by a team, and 9 semifinalists representing teachers from all regions of the state will be selected as a regional Teacher of the Year. And then Iowa's 2025 Teacher of the Year will be selected from each of those 9 regional Teachers of the Year. And President Robbins, that concludes my update.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the director about her updates? I'll just give you a brief wrap up as far as NASB is concerned. I had mentioned last time about the A1 session they had. There's a lot of takeaways, one of them which was states providing guidance. There's right now, as of April 24, there's 11 states that provide guidance. Iowa's not one of them yet, but it's still unfolding. And our teachers prepared, nationally, they say 1 in 5 teachers are prepared as far as A1 is concerned. It's a new thing that's coming, and unfortunately, we're seeing A1, the negative side of it. I don't know if you heard the news that in the Ada School District, there were middle school students who were portrayed in the nude via A1, and people were upset, and rightly so. I know the legislation just passed starting July 1st that makes it a felony to do this, but it was not retroactive. And so as we look forward to things on our future agendas, I think A1 will be part of that along the way. There are some complications as far as A1. They talk about how it could impact FERPA rights and how student data is used and whatever. So it's a big deal that needs some unpacking, but there's lots of takeaways. There's a lot of benefits as far as A1, as far as augmenting learning, but then there's a flip side of it too. It's kind of like the internet. There's the good side and there's the not so good side of it. So anyway, that's just a brief update from NASB, and they're doing a lot of other things. I'd encourage you to stay in touch with all that they're doing, kind of give you a little bit more of a global perspective of what's going on in other states as well. Okay. We're moving on to the consent agenda. We have the meeting minutes from April 26th of 2024.
Move approval.
Second.
Been by Brian, second by Cass. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The minutes are approved. Rules. Thomas.
President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board, we have 3 rulemaking documents before you today covering 4 chapters, one of which after today will no longer exist because it's being consolidated. The first is item 5A on your agenda, Chapter 22, Senior Year Plus. One substantive change and one technical correction related to the rights of individuals who are in home instruction to access concurrent enrollment community college coursework. The department's interpretation prior to this Executive Order 10 rules review was that individuals who dual enroll to take concurrent enrollment courses at community colleges were subject to the 75% cap on the amount of their school day that they could spend in dual enrollment. You'll hear related matter related to this in the next chapter because there was a lot of public comment cross-pollinating between homeschooling, home instruction, senior year plus, and then the homeschooling, home instruction chapter writ large. But this, the department and subject matter experts at the department were ambivalent about the request. The particular request was that there should be no cap. Students who are fully enrolled, there is no cap on the amount of concurrent enrollment community college coursework that they may take. The department was ambivalent about applying that cap to folks who are dual enrolled until, and this is why public comment matters. So this is why I sit in empty rooms for nearly every public comment, because sometimes an individual comes and reframes the department's view on things. An individual came and to public comment, the public hearing, and mentioned that individuals who are in independent private instruction, who have no relationship with the school district at all, can take community college coursework through dual enrollment or through concurrent enrollment with no cap. But individuals who dual enroll, who have some attachment to the school district, have a cap. And in our review, that seemed counterintuitive, that individuals who have less relationship to the public school system can access more public school services and more community college concurrent enrollment coursework. So for that reason, the proposal before you will add a new sub-rule providing that any concurrent enrollment community college coursework by either folks in competent private instruction or folks in independent private instruction is not subject to a cap. And also there was a technical correction made to the definition of dual enrollment or dual enrolled to sort of account for that. So that is the proposal before you. It is similar with those 2 exceptions to the rules that you noticed in January. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Questions for Thomas?
Is there any downside to this at all?
None that I can discern. There was some discussion during Community College Council last night about funding and whether or not school districts and community colleges will receive air quotes full funding. When I looked through the comment and sort of did some story problems, the individuals who are not fully funded air quotes fully funded anyway, are not subject to the cap. So we're removing the cap for students in competent private instruction. They will generate a fraction of the general cost per pupil anyway. So the fiscal impact of removing this cap will be minimal because the individuals who would air quotes drive up the costs weren't subject to the cap to begin with. The Community College Council, correct me if I'm wrong, recommended adoption of this rule.
And as you said in that council meeting yesterday, I believe also that charter schools fall under the public school mandate. So that doesn't impact.
Charter schools would not impact this at all.
Other questions? And then I'll entertain them.
I would move the State Board adopt chapter 22.
Second.
It's been moved by Caps and Ty. We're going to Ty to Brooke today. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
So. Oh, same sign. Motion carried. Chapter 22 is adopted. Chapter 31.
This is the chapter on private instruction and dual. This chapter generated around 850 written public comments. 50 individuals were present at the public hearings. And a lot of the public comment, and I would like to recognize a partner, an external partner in this effort, Jeremy Voss from Homeschool Iowa. He was in great dialogue with the department, the subject matter experts, and myself throughout this process to explain, to critically listen to the department's vantage point on Executive Order 10. A lot of the public comment was generated by the removal of language. And it was perceived based on some of the tenor of some of the early public comment that the removal of language was the removal of rights. And that couldn't have been further from the truth. The removal of language was removal of language that was somewhere else in the law, either in the statute or another chapter of the Iowa Code. So once that frame was put onto the public comment and the dialogue shifted, it became like, okay, I, a parent doing private instruction, see the point. The point was to reduce regulatory burden, to reduce regulatory language. And once those discussions about what Governor Reynolds was intending with Executive Order 10, once those discussions were had, the dialogue was very, very productive after. Not to say that it wasn't productive beforehand, but it got more focused on things that, changes that mattered or proposals that mattered rather than things that were, where should this be codified? Since there were 850 public comments in writing, probably about 900 overall when you add in the folks at the public hearings. The preamble is more detailed than you would usually see. And it's sort of line by lines, the comments, and I'm going to briefly walk through them. The bottom of page 1 to the top of page 2 is sort of, I've already given that general comment, the relationship between Executive Order 10 and this rulemaking. The first substantive comment was a request to add in some language about the right of homeschooling families to refuse special education evaluations. That right is already codified in the special education chapter. So no need to restate, no need to repeat. The next is the definition of adequate progress. Children who are in competent private instruction, there are some instances in which they must demonstrate adequate progress. Again, this is a situation where language was removed because it was completely set out in the underlying statute, completely set out in chapter 299A. For that reason, the department was not taking away any of the options to demonstrate progress over time, to demonstrate the efficacy of homeschooling. So for that reason, no change was made. There was a question about competent private instruction, bottom of page 2, top of page 3. What are the duties of a privately retained practitioner? So if I'm doing competent private instruction, I retain a certified teacher to supervise my instruction, to help with suggested curriculum, suggested assessment, progress measurement. The suggestion in public comment was those privately retained practitioners have no duty to refer a child who might need special education to the public school district for a possible evaluation because they're privately retained and special education is the responsibility of the public school district. Took that very seriously because special education law is that's how where I started at the department. But looking through that, the source for this duty is not in special education law. The source for this duty is in the private instruction statute, where any child receiving private instruction who might need special education is referred for an evaluation. And that particular statute is agnostic as to who is providing the instruction, whether it's it's a privately retained teacher, a teacher in an unaccredited school, public school teacher providing services through a HACCP. So any teacher, any child receiving private instruction who might need special education is referred to an evaluation. The school district and AEA might look at the data and say, no reason to suspect disability, no reason to do an evaluation at all. The parent might say, I don't want an evaluation, which is their right, which we had just discussed a couple of bullet points before. So based on the duty not arising from the special education code, but from the private instruction code, the department was unable to make the requested change. There is a change made in sub-rule 31.3 sub 2, which it's a technical change, but words matter. The way that the statute is written is, families doing private instruction who aren't accessing public school services may do three things. The rules have some legacy language that they will do those three things, but later on, there's a rule of construction saying not really. Just kidding. That will doesn't really mean it. So to reduce regulatory burden and to be clearer, will in the rules is changed to a may, and the rule of construction is modified. Because I heard this metaphor and I can't stop using it. Following the breadcrumbs, you would find out that will really didn't mean will. So if you have to follow breadcrumbs to find out that the will really doesn't mean will, change the will to what it should be. So that's it's a fairly wise substantive change. Additional requests, there was additional language about restoring language about additional language for annual achievement evaluations, similar to the discussion of adequate progress. That language that was removed is completely contained in Chapter 299A. No changes made. Dual enrollment, we had this discussion reference to dual enrollment in community college coursework. That substantive rule has already been resolved on your prior vote in Chapter 22. There was additional requests to remove sort of an arbitrary fraction. By a prior declaratory order, one of Director Snow's predecessors said that folks may not dual enroll for all but one period of the day. The story problem presented during that declaratory order was I'm enrolling for every class but PE. I don't want to take PE. I'm going to do competent private instruction for PE. Or I really don't like a particular teacher. I'm going to enroll for all but one course. And then claim that I'm doing competent private instruction for that other coursework. The department's declaratory order said you cannot enroll in only one course, in all but one course. Through a rule that was defined as 75-25. You can enroll in no more than 75% of the school day. The commenters requested simplicity. Just say what the declaratory order said. You cannot enroll in more than you cannot enroll in all but one class. Makes sense. The 75% is and sort of like an arbitrary statewide average. This then becomes a matter of local control based on the bell schedule for a particular high school in a particular district. Some families will be advantaged by this change. Some families will be disadvantaged by the change, but this is a matter of local governance, not the board trying to draw an arbitrary fraction. I'm thinking of a school with a 4-period block schedule. Under the current rule, I could enroll in all but one course because that's 75% of the day. Under the proposed rule, I could only enroll in 2 courses, not 3. But that's a matter of local governance. School districts set bell schedules. School districts set determine quarter, semester, trimester. This is a matter of local governance. So that's why the department concurred in and is making the changes suggested by the commoners. Homeschool assistance programs, no changes made. The request was to move all of the duties of the, all the practitioner duties into the homeschool rule or the homeschool assistance program rule. Not necessary because not every practitioner practices through a homeschool assistance program. There are some school districts that support families in home instruction outside of a HACCP. So to maintain that flexibility, the rule stays as it is. The final bottom of page 4, top of page 5, miscellaneous corrections and miscellaneous provisions. The rule on providing driver's education was had a reference to competent private instruction only. The underlying statute does not distinguish between competent or independent, so competent was stricken. The cross-reference to 31.75 related to that rule of construction about how will really doesn't mean will in this case. That was revised to account for the fact that the earlier rule was revised, and sub-rule 31.7 sub 6 was updated to codify the department's current practice of allowing independent private instruction students to access the annual assessment on a fee-for-service basis. A couple final comments. There was a request to add in a reference to the special education chapter. The special education chapter of the Iowa Code was referred to in the underlying code, so there was no need to make that change. There was some fairly robust discussion about access to instructional materials. So children who are in home instruction can access instructional materials in the same way as children who are fully enrolled. The question posed by the commenters was teachers' editions, answer keys. And I get the point. Subject matter experts got the point. How are you going to use the text if you don't have the teacher's edition? How are you, especially if you're not a licensed teacher? If you're instructing your own children, you don't need to be a licensed teacher. So I'm not a licensed teacher. How does this help? How does having a book without the teacher's edition help me? Subject matter experts and I kicked the tires for quite a bit on this comment, and we struggled for a couple of reasons. Test security, especially if it's an end of unit, end of course assessment. If it's a standardized assessment, the entire here you can have the test, but giving the answer key, the internet is evil. I think somebody had made that reference earlier, and then all of a sudden the entire time zone has not saying everybody would, but sometimes rules have to be built for to prevent bad action. The second is the copyright rights of the publishers. Textbook adoption agreements typically have some guardrails around them. So who has access to what, who can reproduce what digital rights are there? What rights are there to make fair use? Is it a consumable or not? And so rather than rule make, this is a case by case situation. If the publisher's rights and if test security can be addressed, then those materials then become sort of as a matter of law available. But rather than having a top-down rule, take it case by case, and this is something that to be resolved at the local level. Final comment, there was a request to add a rule about concurrent enrollment in community college coursework already been handled by you in your prior agenda item. So with that, I'd like to thank Jeremy Voss and the other partners from the home instruction advocacy community. They help make these rules better. And with that, I'm open for questions. And thank you for allowing me to sort of like laboriously walk through the comments, but 850 public comments deserve that.
Agree.
On 31.3 sub 2, under Executive Order 10, there've been some streamlining where if it was already in the statute, rules were deleted rather than trying to recite them. Does that concept apply to, instead of worrying about will and may, just take out the whole sentence and let the statute control?
Balancing act. I mean, I think these are three critical duties. So, and three critical obligations. So the question was, we removed a lot. If we continue to remove at what, Executive Order 10, even if it was retained in statute or duplicated statute, there was some latitude for sort of mission critical things to remain in the regs. And determination from subject matter experts when they helped me frame this up was 31.3 sub 2 was sort of mission critical.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Thomas? Well, thank you for your good words. There are no other questions or comments. I'll call for a motion.
Move that we adopt chapter 31 as amended or presented.
Good. Moved by Cindy, second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Chapter 77.
So this chapter consolidates 2 down to 1. There was a lot of overlap between Chapter 79, practitioner preparation, Chapter 77, teacher intern preparation. They both produce licensed teachers at the end of the day. The pathway and the structure, however, is quite different. But there was a lot of common language in the rules. So the 4 public commenters, all of whom work in this space, all of whom are instructors or administrators in practitioner prep programs. And their read on it was, okay, we get your point in trying to reduce language, but maybe you reduced, some instances you reduced too much. In other instances, you didn't reduce enough. So the comments are bulleted on page 2. The definition in Rule 79.2, the definition of faculty was revised to account for the fact that some practitioner prep programs might not always be housed at IHEs, or supervising faculty might not always be employed by colleges and universities as full-time instructors. So that definition of faculty was revised. The definition of intern program was deleted as unnecessary because the program was also defined. But when that was deleted as unnecessary, the commenters recommended inserting a definition of intern. Intern was never defined anywhere in the chapter, so problem solved. Ordinarily, this is a first. In all of the Executive Order 10 reviews, I have yet to present to you where somebody asked for things to be put back in. And ordinarily, I would be skeptical of that because it was taken out for a reason. But these two things were identified as by practitioner prep folks as something that they needed to do their work. So if it was just some random person like Thomas May saying, put it back in, no. Here, these are the end users / experts who say our programs need these two rules put back in. One was a rule about having a policy about the use of part-time faculty and graduate students so that it is clear if I'm enrolling in a practitioner prep program, who my instructors are going to be and how they're going to be supervised. The second is added back in is an appeals process, an in-program appeals process, so that a teacher candidate or administrator candidate has an in-house appeal process in addition to university-wide, college-wide, organization-wide appeal processes. The intent in removing the appeals process is there's probably somewhere else an appeals process in the college, university, or organization. Practitioner prep folks said, we want one in-house too. It helps our work to have one in-house. So that's why those two things were added back in. Rule 7913, there is a new sub-rule added in for candidate assessment in teacher intern programs. So for those of you who are not familiar, a teacher intern program is an accelerated path to the classroom for folks who already have a bachelor's degree. A year's coursework and a year's supervised intern teaching. At the conclusion of that year's supervised teacher internship, the teacher intern is able to convert his intern license into an initial license. Assessment for that, candidate assessment for that looks very different than candidate assessment in a traditional practitioner preparation program. And so the request was differentiate somehow practitioner candidate assessment for teacher intern programs, because that looks different. Half of the program, you're a teacher of record. You're not student teaching, you are teaching under an intern license. So for that made sense. Similar 79.4 sub 1 added some additional clarification regarding what a high quality clinical experience looks like, differentiating between traditional practitioner prep programs and the teacher intern program. 7922, this is an instance where the end users identified you didn't cut enough. 7922 is the governance standard for teacher intern programs. And the end users said, wow, this is already, nearly all of this is already in Rule 7910. So a whole mess of sub rules were cut out of 7922 and 7910 was incorporated by reference. So now the structure is follow 7910, the governance standard in 7910, plus these additional things that are unique to intern programs. And then the final change, related to learning outcomes for teacher intern preparation candidates. Mindful of the fact that they're teachers during the second half of their program. And the final bullet was a technical correction to account for the new 7913, the new candidate assessment regime, candidate assessment standards for teacher intern candidates. So very rich public comment on that one from 4 people, but all 4 people were the regulated. And the comments were very well informed, as were the comments on chapter 31, that sometimes you can get a rich amount of comment from 4. Sometimes you can get a rich amount of comment out of nearly 900. So with that, I'm open for questions. And
Okay, questions for Thomas? So the recommended motion then is to, get this correct, is rescind and reserve chapter 77 and adopt chapter 79.
Correct.
That's the
Correct.
recommended motion.
So moved.
Moved by Brian, second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Thomas.
This is my practice. The next board meeting, you will see a technical correction cleanup for all of the other chapters for Executive Order 10. So snipping off loose threads, sort of fixing some cross references. It's a cleanup that every agency will have to do after their Executive Order 10 process is complete. It will be non-controversial. It will look bigger than it is because it's like 7 chapters in one rulemaking, but they're all technical corrections.
All right,
With that, thank you for your attention.
thank you. All right. On to graduation rate reports. Stay
Morning.
with us.
Let me share my screen here. As always, appreciate the opportunity to present to the board. Trying to get out of it. Okay, great. So wanted to present to you the graduation rates that we released last week for the class of 2023. And just as a reminder, this supports the board goal of promoting equity in education by closing achievement and opportunity gaps. So I want to provide an update of the grad rate, talk about the error that was found in calculating the class of 23 grad rates, provide the board the new baseline information around the new calculation, and the updated program for calculating that, and then certainly highlight the gaps between student groups. By the way, please stop me and ask questions. I'll keep moving quickly if you don't. So in calculating the latest grad rates, there was an issue discovered. Through a thorough review of the program, we found an error. And the graphic sort of depicts, I think, and I'll try to move out of the way a little bit, great example of the complexity that exists. So in order to calculate a 4-year rate, we actually need 5 years. So we want to go back a year to see if that student is a first-time freshman. And if they're not, then they're not included. But assuming they are, then we jump forward each year, and then you can see there's a whole bunch of different kinds of change events. Students transferring in, transferring between districts, dropping out, re-enrolling, et cetera. So the issue was isolated to mobile students who transferred between districts and then later dropped out. They were actually being removed from the cohort. So the cohort actually starts with that first-time freshman, and then we take into consideration all these different change events. And so when a student transferred, it was valuing that transfer event over a later dropout event. So it wasn't going through the sequence. And so in essence, it was taking them out of the cohort, not counting them as within the formula. And the correction that we made was actually to put them back in the calculation, which you'll see a bit of a drop in that new calculation.
I have a question.
Yes.
What if a student leaves a district and moves to another state without records? We all know some kids appear at a school district without any records
So
from time to time.
So if a student is missing, they would be counted as a non-graduate. So if the school district receives a request for record, then they can transfer the student out of that cohort, or they code it in their student information system.
And if they receive nothing,
They don't know, there's no verification, so if, the neighbor whose kid also happens to be in the class said, oh, well, they moved. Well, that's not enough of there needs to be a recording and an actual ask for transfer of records for that student to leave.
So where does that student appear? Is that a dropout?
So if they're truly missing, then they're counted as a dropout or a non-graduate. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
sure. Other questions? So here's the effect. So that there were about 1,000 students that were in that particular circumstance where they transferred to another school district and then later dropped out, that we added back into the cohort of about 38,000 students. We can verify that the issue goes back about a decade to the class of 23. So that legacy code where that student was being transferred out of the cohort goes back a decade. It doesn't impact dropout rates. Dropout rates are a year-to-year calculation, and a graduation rate is a cohort rate looking at multiple years. We're taking a look to see how far back we're actually able to calculate the rates. Data has changed over time, and we certainly we're planning to update as many cohorts as possible. And we've QA'd and fixed the problem, implemented other QA fixes to ensure that these kinds of problems don't happen moving forward. To date, we've updated certainly the class of 23, and so far we've gone back to the class of 2021.
I have another question.
Sure.
How are special ed students classified when they matriculate through the system?
Like any other student.
So they're
And
counted as a graduate?
yes, when they graduate.
Okay,
And that's one of the reasons why we do the 5-year rates. Is
Okay.
we know that certain kids take longer.
yep.
And so we're trying to honor that without creating too much confusion in the field around multiple grad rates.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do we still post the 5-year grad rates?
Yes, so we updated those as well.
Did the pandemic, that, year of 2021, how complicate tracking students? At some level with, some of the online and then back in class and, yeah.
So within every year and every collection, the kids that start October 1 that are funded, we need to have a record of what happens. So, back to the earlier question, if the district receives transfer of records, then they can transfer them out. But any kid that starts the year, ends the year, we need to know what happened. So there was, obviously some differences with the COVID year, but our records, our administrative records for every kid are accounted for. And so if the kid truly goes missing, they're counted as a drop.
How did you find this?
The error?
Yeah.
We were taking a look at the program, looking at the rates themselves and recognize like, oh, these changed events aren't sequenced in order. These kids aren't getting added back into the cohort.
So we've incorporated additional data review and quality assurances protocols. Jay, do you mind talking about in some more detail the additional protocols we've instituted?
Yeah, so we, once this was identified, we literally went through those 1,000 records to make sure that there was no other circumstance that we weren't accounting for in every instance. So that took a fair amount of time and several of our folks, just to make sure that, we, again, were counting for every student in every situation. We updated the code itself. We do, we take a look at not just the individual student records, but then also aggregate that up to just make sure that there are no differences that are sort of out of the normal changes. So things like that.
So student level data reviews and data comparisons.
Exactly. So this gives you a sense of the difference in the calculation. So this was the published rate that was using that legacy code in which the error was found. after we updated using the new code, and with the additional fixes, you can see that there's a decrease of about 2.5 percentage points statewide. And then you can also see that this plays out differently for different student groups. And in all cases, there's a decrease in the rates between the two programs and the new methodology.
So how does this drop in graduation rates affect our goals as far as the state is concerned with dropout rates and reporting to the federal government? How is that all figured out?
Well, it creates a new baseline for us as a state agency. The state board has had a longstanding goal of 95% of all students graduate. This means that now there's a new baseline and districts need to take a look at their data. And there's more work to be done to actually attain that 95%.
Yeah, that was a question I had about how does this go back to the districts? And I know, Mary, you've had a lot more experience with that, but is there an element of this that then goes down to that district level in terms of how they are also making sure their records are aligned?
So yes, absolutely. I mean, so there's a set of reports that districts have available on a secure site that to log in. Not everyone gets access, but it gives them not only the rate, but it also allows you to drill in and get the students lists or the list of students so that they can verify using their own records. But it will drill down so they can see the detail of, the kids that left the cohort, the kids that graduated, and those that are still perhaps in that fifth year. And this, by the way, is just the updated Florida rate. So they have that available to drill in as much as they want to. So using that new baseline, you can see here the differences between the cohort and the differences in subgroup rates. So overall, actually, the class of 23 saw a slight increase in the graduation rate. EL students went up 3.3 percentage points. So you can see it plays out a little bit differently, but there are more student groups going up than down with this sort of new baseline data. We know that year-to-year rates aren't necessarily, they're good to look at, but the longer-term trends are something that we would like to see to the earlier point. Like, are we making progress as a state towards that 95% goal? We won't be able to go back and calculate rates back to 2013. We've tried that. So we will try to round out this picture as we go through the process of calculating those rates to give you that long-term trend as well as this year-to-year difference.
Has this been an issue with any other states at all over the years?
I'm not aware of graduation rates. There are, there are errors that occur in any kind of calculation. And so not being in any way dismissive, this is something that we take very seriously, and, we're trying to be as transparent as we possibly can be about exactly what happened, why, and how we're fixing it. I'm not aware of anything related to grad rates, but over time, yes, states have had issues around things like calculating certain, complex formula rates, allocation of funds, things like that.
Are there financial consequences to this, like grants that were based on certain rates or changes that are inaccurate or?
So no, the graduation rates themselves don't drive any funding that we receive as a state.
Or grants or anything we've ever.
It might impact attraction to a particular school district or state.
Absolutely. So to that point, you can see here how this affects Iowa's rankings. So you can see for the class of 2022, our rate was 89.9 under that old legacy code. The updated rate is 87.4. So we were ranked 6th in the class of 22, but the new updated formula and accounting for this error still puts us in that upper half, but now it does slip in those national rankings to 18th.
About a 24% drop comparatively to other states.
And then you could see here, just taking a look at Midwest states, we're in the middle, Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota below, and Illinois, Missouri, and Wisconsin above.
Guess Missouri and Illinois ahead, but.
And the numbers,
Yeah, interesting.
we have a lot of work to do.
So any other questions?
So maybe for you, Director Snow, what do we do with this information? What do we, I mean, how do you get back? Or how do you, are all our goals and comprehensively, we do to reach towards 95%, or is there any change in tactics, or what will happen now based on this data?
Yeah, so we are currently in the process also taking a look at our ESSA state accountability plan, which we presented onto the board previously. So that is certainly a consideration in this process. I think we had an initial conversation with superintendents and school leaders to ensure that they understood the error that occurred in the legacy formula, the correction of the error. We identified, corrected, and communicated the error as quickly as possible. And the conversation, of course, quickly turns to what evidence-based best practices, what solutions are we seeing across the nation and across our districts and our peers across the state, and how can we leverage that in our districts? And I think that will continue to be a critical part of the conversation. There's also a legislative committee established by legislation that's put before the governor for consideration currently that also looks at graduation broadly. And I would suspect if ultimately signed that would be a significant part of that conversation. But the department is very committed to providing actionable and accurate information to the public and to school leaders and to communities and to families. And it has been demonstrated our commitment to transparency throughout explanation and communication of this legacy error identified.
No, I have to say, I appreciated what was said and the accountability for it. I think that brought a lot of credibility to the situation, but I, like others, are just curious about, okay, what now?
What?
I mean, mistakes happen, and but and I think you answered my question. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just echo Brian's sentiment. As soon as the recognized it was a mistake, they came out very quickly and took ownership of it. It wasn't a proud moment, but it was an accountability moment. So now that the mistake has been recognized, it's how we move forward with all the layers. It's like peeling back the onion and what does this mean? So I'm sure we'll get updates when they come available as far as potential impacts. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jay.
as always.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to item 7, which is English Language Arts Standards Revision First Read, and just previews of upcoming attractions. We will be taking a break after this. Okay, floor is yours.
Sharing our screen,
Yeah, one moment. For
permission,
Lee, for Lee?
yes.
Okay. There you go.
Good morning. We are both pleased to be here this morning to present proposed revisions for English language arts and literacy and social studies, science, and technical subjects. I'm Lee Belleville, serving as the literacy consultant within the Bureau of Learner Strategies and Supports.
And I'm Wanda Steary. I'm the dyslexia and science of reading consultant in the same bureau. The Iowa literacy standards have evolved through legislative acts. The initial legislation in 2005 was tailored for high school, and the standards were initially voluntary and encompassed literacy, math, and science. In 2007, the legislation was extended to include grades K through 8 and social studies and 21st century skills at the high school level. The following year, in 2008, the Iowa literacy standards became mandatory instead of voluntary. The Iowa literacy and math standards were updated in 2010 to align to the national standards. And at that time, states were allowed to add 15% more of additional content. And the Iowa literacy standards did include that additional content. In 2013, an executive order was signed that established a timeline for regular review of the Iowa academic standards. And since 2015, the current review process has been used, including transparency in the process through the public forums and surveys. So a review of the literacy standards was conducted in 2016 without any substantive changes. When conducting a standards review, it's essential to ensure the alignment between the proposed changes or revisions and the legal requirements outlined in state code and administrative regulations. So the statements are listed in our Iowa Administrative Code for accreditation standards. Chapter 12 of the Administrative Code states that English language arts instruction should be across grade level and include what's listed on the slide. All content specifications must be covered at some point throughout the year. However, it's locally determined as to how to incorporate these specifications, including the literacy standards, into each course offered. Time allocated to literacy and its content is also locally determined, but includes 6 units in grades 9 through 12.
Wanda, where's grade 6 fall into this?
Oh yeah, where does it? It's, how about that? It's elementary. That should be K through 6. Sorry. Thanks. Sorry. Okay. The current review teams ensure that the standards align with the Iowa Administrative Code, and this guarantees the legal compliance, maintains quality, consistency, and accountability, and ensures students are well prepared for their academic and professional paths.
So there are 5 phases to the literacy standards review process, and I know the director also touched on this earlier. After initial planning in January, we opened an application to apply for membership on our first standards review team. The headline was published on February 2nd, and we moved into phase 2. The first review team convened 5 times from February through March to review the standards and determine the proposed changes. 38 members served on our first literacy standards review team. We had 78 applicants, including administrators, instructional and teacher leaders, parents, industry, business, and community leaders, higher education, and K-12 teachers. Membership included representation from across the state, and we had qualified candidates from all 9 regions. The draft with those proposed changes was shared on March 25th, 2024, and we entered into phase 3 to seek stakeholder feedback. During phase 3, there were 3 forms of feedback collected for our final review team to consider whether additional changes should be made. We published a public survey as an opportunity for public feedback in written form. We also offered 3 public listening sessions and 2 focus groups as opportunities for further input. We had 32 people registered for those sessions, and we received verbal or written feedback from 15 attendees. Registrations included representation again from all 9 regions across the state, including K-12 teachers, administrators, curriculum coordinators, instructional leaders, and parents, as well as other community members. Overall feedback was positive, and attendees were excited to share the updated standards document in their local districts. When public comment ended, we moved into phase 4 and collected the public comments to share with our final literacy standards review team. And then they were to determine whether any of those changes were needed based on that feedback. The final literacy standards review team met 2 times in April. We created a draft of the standards to share with the state board today. 24 members served on our final standards review team and met 2 times in April. So we have, as with our first review team, all stakeholder groups were represented. And we also achieved geographical representation from across the state again. During this final phase, we are sharing these recommendations for revisions and would request approval in June.
So when revising the standards, changes were made to the introduction of the document. The definition of the science of reading was added. This addition was agreed upon by the entire standards review team. We received positive feedback regarding this addition during public forums and the focus group sessions. As you know, we've shared with the state board on September 14th, 2023, that a task team had convened from April to June in 2023, along with other experts of the field. Consensus was reached on the science of reading definition to use in Iowa and the model to use. Leadership granted approval to publish both of these on the department's literacy webpage. The approved definition is on display. This definition explains that the science of reading includes research from multiple fields. The evidence from each of these fields has converged to determine how students learn to read. This research informs the focus of teacher preparation programs, the instructional materials the district selects, and the professional learning that will have the greatest impact on reading achievement.
So the updates that follow were meant to simplify some of the content for usability purposes, while also emphasizing the importance of other content that might have been overlooked previously. Making those specific changes was important to our standards review team, and they wanted to ensure that our standards document is carefully designed to better meet the needs of educators. An example includes moving the instructional shifts for ELA and literacy towards the beginning of the document, which includes text complexity, citing evidence, and building knowledge. The shifts provide a frame that describes how these standards raise expectations across multiple areas of students' educational experience, including instructional materials, classroom practice, and assessment. The shifts also illustrate how college and career-ready standards contribute to transformative changes in the classroom that will better prepare students for opportunities after high school.
And moving through the additional content in the introduction, you will notice the key design considerations and key features section. These were revised to ensure that educators can locate the information more easily. One piece of feedback shared during the public comment was that there is an appreciation that these statements were moved to bullet points and that the updated document is more inviting for educators. These sections explain to educators the underlying principles embedded within all of the standards, and educators are to keep these principles at the forefront as they use the standards.
The section relating to the overall document organization was shared as an excellent addition to the standards document. We've included a brief explanation on how the standards are organized into 3 main sections. So we have a comprehensive K-5 section and also 2 content area specific sections for grades 6 through 12, one for ELA and then one for the history, social studies, science, and technical subjects. There are also 3 appendices and 1 supplemental document to accompany the main document, which provides educators with a method to learn more about the standards. Several educators who provided input also shared excitement for the standards coding structure, which is actually going to assist educators when discussing and identifying those specific standards. That is also in that same document organization section.
A section in the introduction is now devoted to discussing the role and importance of cognitive complexity through depth of knowledge. The DOK codes are assigned to all of the literacy standards for grades K through 12. Depth of knowledge is important in literacy, as it provides the framework for understanding and assessing the complexity of the cognitive tasks students are asked to perform to demonstrate proficiency of the standards. So it helps educators design the right instruction and assessments for that purpose. Depth of knowledge moves from lower to higher order thinking skills in this way. DOK 1 includes recall, such as retelling the specific details of a story pretty much verbatim, with only slight variations from the text. DOK 2 are skills and concepts. An example of that would it be like using the major events of a story to write a summary. DOK 3 involves strategic thinking. This can occur when students are revising their writing to make sure that the progression of ideas is in a logical order. And DOK 4 asks the students to engage in extended thinking. And many times students are using multiple sources to support their claims when writing or communicating about a topic when performing at a DOK 4 level. So the DOK explanation was previously at the end of the standards, and the review team felt strongly that it should be moved to the introduction so that the teachers could find it more easily.
There are 3 equally important parts in the model of text complexity, which is included as an image, and review teams felt was essential to place in the introductory materials before the standards. These include qualitative and quantitative dimensions, as well as reader and task considerations. Attention to range, quality, and complexity of student reading will help ensure access to complex, rich text for all students, foster skill development, and prepare students for academic and professional success. Students should encounter a range of text types and genres throughout their studies. Literature encompasses various genres such as stories, dramas, and poetry, while informational text comprises literary nonfiction, historical accounts, scientific explanations, and technical texts. In the early years, K-5, just a few examples of text students can engage with include stories, nursery rhymes, and learning about history, science, and the arts. In secondary 6-12, students delve into a broader range of text types and literary genres, including mysteries, myths, science fiction, and satire. They could also encounter sonnets, odes, epics, and one-act and multi-act plays. Informational texts can also include essays, biographies, memoirs, and a deeper exploration of historical, scientific, and technical texts. This variety helps build strong language skills and prepare students for success in both school and the real world.
So the next section in the introduction relates to students who meet the standards. And this section, similar to the others that we have shared about, was revised to be bullet pointed. and to make the content more accessible for educators. When reviewing the overall description headings, we see that literacy and communication skills are about more than just reading and writing. They include understanding complex ideas, thinking critically, adapting to different situations, using technology effectively, and respecting different perspectives. And these skills are crucial for doing well at school, at work, and as a member of society today.
A final section included in the introductory materials is providing links to appendices, including key elements of the standards and glossary of key terms, text exemplars and sample performance tasks, and samples of student writing for each grade level, including narrative, informative explanatory, and argument opinion writing. We've also included a supplemental document that provides information on the quantitative, qualitative, and reader-to-task analysis. Adding these resources was an important goal for the educators who were serving on the standards revision team. And the reason being that they want to ensure that all of those resources can be accessed in one location for educators. The resources empower educators with the knowledge, examples, and tools that they would need to implement educator standards effectively. Also selecting appropriate instructional materials and supporting student learning and achievement in both reading and writing.
So there were key revisions to the K-5 standards, included focusing on enhancing the foundational skills, such as including both decoding and encoding in the phonics and word recognition standards. And it was really important to add that encoding to the foundational skills because it's an essential component in teaching children how to read. An additional, overall, there was a general increase in rigor in the foundational skills, especially in the K-3 level. And we also introduced a new set of standards called Writing Foundations due to the connection proven between reading and writing for helping children learn to read. So finally, we did also include cursive writing in that writing foundations section. And the review team, there was specific genre requirements at certain grade levels that the review team removed in order to allow for a broader text experience at each grade level instead of just focusing on one text type.
In grade 6-12, we've made adjustments to ensure clarity and alignment with student needs. The revisions include replacing the term on level with grade level text to avoid confusion and providing clear delineation of skills where appropriate. Like in the K-5 standards, a 6-12 team of reviewers proposed removing specific genre requirements to foster a broader exploration of texts in specific grade levels. An example shared was when poetry could often be overemphasized at one specific grade level. The revisions for K-12 promote a more comprehensive approach, ensuring students develop essential skills across all grade levels. Grade level texts align more closely with the expectations for each grade, fostering a deeper comprehension and critical thinking skills. On-level texts may not always reflect the complexity or the rigor needed to prepare students for college and career readiness. Care was also taken by all grade levels to focus on vertical alignment throughout the review process. After the adoption of the revised standards and communications to stakeholders, our next steps would be involving providing standards professional learning opportunities and updating the literacy resources on the website, particularly those deemed critical. So for example, feedback was highlighting the usefulness of our vertical progressions document, which is currently, was initially created in October 2020 and is on our website. So our plan would be to update that. And that's already something that task teams have already started to reach out based on review team members previously and shared their excitement to be able to be involved in updating those resources. Training sessions will also be offered virtually during the summer to ensure flexibility. Throughout the 2024 to 2025 academic school year, We would continue offering learning opportunities and work to accommodate educators' schedules and preferences. But we do believe that these steps will help to ensure a smooth transition to the updated standards and support educators in implementing them effectively.
So the proposed revisions represent that collective effort to enhance literacy education in Iowa, guided by research, stakeholder input, and a commitment to student success. So we thank you for your attention and time today, and we welcome any questions or feedback you may have for us.
Questions?
I don't have any questions, but I have some comments. What an extensive review at such an important time as we adopt the science of reading curriculum across all grade levels. And I thought it was really important that you exchanged on level with grade level because it's less subjective, if you will, and more precise. And I think that will make a big difference for our students. Really impressed with this work. Thank you.
Yeah, I will echo Mary's comments. It's very comprehensive, and for those who are not, trained professionals, as you read through, everybody's been through school, so sometimes they think we can all be teachers, right? Educators. And when you look at really important progressions and these standards that we hold our educators to help students move through and learn through that. It's really exciting. And I was telling Mary that, I have a grandson who's 2. And so when you look at those kindergarten standards and what kids should be learning, it's very exciting to think about that. So thank you.
I do have a question as far as how are the proposed standards aligned with the Iowa assessments and vice versa?
I would state that the standards were improved for specificity. We also really looked at the DOK and the language used to make sure that the rigor was increasing throughout the grade level for every standard. We were very careful about that. And the overall, though, premise of the standards is similar enough that I believe that the enhancements to the Iowa assessment will not need to be large. However, I assume they will take them and make sure that they're in alignment after they're adopted. That's a different entity than us.
Yeah, that's always been key for me is that these are our standards. Our Iowa assessment should align with those.
Right.
And so if that's another step on your,
Yeah.
that would be welcome from my perspective.
Yes. And they are a different organization, but absolutely, in the history of our state, they have absolutely followed looking at their assessment after a standards adoption.
Okay. Other questions or feedback for Ian and Wanda?
I just also appreciate that I was processing here as we think about careers related to STEAM. I just really like attributing careers that can come from reading and literacy and writing, and just recognizing the journalists we have in the room today, how important these skills and abilities are as well. So, and just the variety of careers that align with this. So I love the emphasis here as well. So great.
Yeah, I think you guys did a great job, and I just commend you on echo everyone's comments on the extensive review. And also just I appreciate the willingness to kind of make changes to make it easier on teachers and educators. I think that's important in this day and age, because anything we can do to help them out, I think is great. So, and then the ongoing support, I think is awesome. So, yeah.
There were several educators on the review team who expressed just gratitude for being able to be a part of that process and how important that they feel like it is to be represented on that review team. So I wanted to share that with you too.
Absolutely. I think that's awesome. So thank you for including this.
User friendly, I think.
Yeah, easy.
Which is very important.
Absolutely.
At that point, I wanted to ask you when this document is uploaded on the website, does it have links to then the artifacts and other content? Right, okay, that's
That
what I
was
thought.
actually emphasized by the review team as being very important to them.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. I didn't want to assume.
Yes.
But I did. And so thank you for verifying that.
Mhm. Absolutely.
So just to summarize, we're hearing and discussing this at this meeting. You're going to bring this back to us in June.
Yes.
What's going to happen between now and then?
We have task teams that we want to get going with, like for that vertical progressions document, educators, we've had a lot of feedback that educators are using that document. And therefore we need to ensure that it now reflects the new standards. And then planning, planning forward for after the adoption in June, like what's having those sessions ready to go, the formal adoption for PD for the teachers so that they understand what the shifts and changes are that were made.
And I think it just also provides a window of opportunity to go through it one final time and
final time,
then just
yeah,
ensure
sure.
that.
And any
Everything is-
additional feedback, I mean,
Yes.
or suggestions would be incorporated as well and looked at.
And then the purpose, thank you so much. And the purpose of having two reads, an initial read and then a read for review and potential adoption is to ensure that, one, we have another opportunity to benefit from public comment at the state board meeting and then throughout the period between this and the next board meeting, that we have the opportunity to respond to any feedback that the board may share or clarifications that may be necessary. And then, of course, standards are a substantive document and undertaking to ensure that you all have sufficient time to process with multiple reads. Two reads is critically important as well.
Will teachers, after this is adopted, start training, receiving professional development, I'm assuming this summer,
Yes.
before the school year or?
Opportunities, yeah.
Okay,
It's a similar pattern with our math standards. So having teacher-based professional learning focused on classroom teachers as well as focused on district and school instructional leaders, namely curriculum directors.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're going to break for 10 minutes, so somewhere around 10:57-ish. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Yes. From Drake University. Brian, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Well, thank you. The floor is yours, Marion.
Thank you, members of the board, for your time. I'm presenting to you today the Drake preparation programs. That includes the teacher preparation, administrator, principal and superintendent preparation, and professional school counseling programs. This review is a regular 7-year cycle review that I'm bringing to you today. I did bring Drake new program to you in a couple meetings ago, but this one is the overall program review that is part of the regular cycle. Dr. Ryan Wise and Dr. Gillespie today will be presenting some highlights of the program, and then I will share some of the findings from the site visit.
Thank you, Miriam. It is a pleasure to be with you today. So for those of you I don't know, I had the opportunity to serve as director of the Department of Education from 2015 to 2020. And before that was deputy director supporting the state board for a couple of years. So had the chance to see all of the educator preparation programs from that side of the table. And so now it's great to be here with Dr. Gillespie to share a little bit about our program at Drake University. So the first thing I want to share is that we are guided by our mission, our vision, and our guiding principles. We spent a lot of time as a school of education, the better part of a year, really deciding what were we about, what was going to drive us every single day in our work. And we landed on what you see in front of us. And these are actually pictures. If you come into our building, Collier Scripps Hall, you walk up the stairs, you will see these as you walk up into our space. And so you can read those, but really, for me, it's our mission around preparing, supporting, and inspiring our students to lead and serve in a constantly changing world. That's what we do. And hopefully you saw that come out in the report. And you'll see that in a few brief slides I'll share with you today. So just want to highlight a few things for you. We have 3 programs that are under your purview that you're looking at today. Our teacher preparation program, our administrator preparation program, which includes both principals and superintendents, and then our professional school counseling. You can see the numbers. I won't go through a detailed walkthrough, but after Miriam presents, I'm happy to answer any questions. You can see some ebb and flow over time. Our teacher numbers, you don't see it in those reflected in that slide, but from about 2013 or so, we saw a pretty significant dip that is now starting to rebound. So that's an encouraging sign. And you can also see some ebb and flow in our administrator and counseling programs. I will say our professional school counseling program is one of 3 counseling tracks that we have. So we also have mental health counseling and professional rehabilitation counseling. And so you'll see those kind of change over time. Where we are right now, mental health counseling is definitely the lion's share of our counseling students. I just wanted to show a few things about the impact that we have in the community. Again, this really is a driving part of our work, is getting our students out, our faculty, our staff. You saw this in the report. We host a number of events that give all of our community the chance to interact with the broader Des Moines and Central Iowa community. I'll just highlight a few things. Student teaching. We work very closely with Des Moines Public Schools, as well as schools around the metro area to give our students those opportunities in classrooms. Dr. Gillespie and I actually co-teach the first course that our teacher preparation candidates take, Intro to Education, their first course, their first year at Drake. And this is since I've been at Drake, our first group is about to graduate. So I have the last 2 weeks been out in lots of classrooms, seeing them student teach. This picture is actually from just a couple weeks ago at St. Anthony's Elementary here in Des Moines, part of the Des Moines Diocese Schools. That is the 2nd grade Rainbow Science Gems, as they so named themselves, doing a soil erosion experiment. So it's just great being out. Then I'll just highlight quickly a couple of other things. We do every year as part of our Ed 01 class, a Community Partners Day, where we invite more than a dozen community organizations like Children and Families of Iowa, the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA. They come on campus. That's actually Dr. Ian Roberts from the Des Moines Public Schools, who I joke with him, I'm about ready to get him in office in Collier Scripps. We have so many partnerships with Des Moines Public Schools. And then you can see some of our other events. The last one I'll highlight is the Emerging Educators Conference, which we actually partner with the Department of Ed on to host every year. About 150 to 200 first through 3rd year teachers and their mentors. So you can see these are just a few examples of our role in the community. And then lastly, I'll just share where we go from here. So very thorough site visit, lots of appreciation for Mariam and Stephanie and the visit team. 2 areas that I would like to highlight that were real growth areas for us were around assessment and accountability. So coming out of this visit, I think we have a much more formalized, thorough assessment process at the candidate and the program level. As you'll read in there, assessment was certainly happening, but I think we're doing it in a more organized, rigorous, documented way. So we're very thankful for the feedback and development in that area. And then on the accountability side, we had a great, robust full-time faculty accountability system, not so much on the adjunct or part-time faculty side. And we have a lot of part-time faculty. And so now we have a very thorough system in place that Dr. Gillespie developed, and we worked with the department on this. And so now we have the same rigor and same purview over our part-time faculty as we do our full-time faculty. So we're excited about that. And then lastly, I'll say we continue to innovate. This is a focus, and I love how the report highlights a lot of the innovative things we do, has continued to push us in that direction. It's one of our guiding principles is innovation and improvement. And you can see that in that program you all unanimously approved just 2 meetings ago, our teacher intern program. So those are just a few quick highlights and overview. And then Dr. Gillespie and I, after Mariam presents, would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And who doesn't love our program, right? So with that.
So I'm just going to go over a summary of the report that is in front of you. We looked at 6 different standards, each program. The governance and resources standard, which we have looked at that for all the programs. The structure of the program is clear. The governance structure is clear. Mission and vision, as Ryan mentioned, is very clear. It is represented. And when we talk with faculty in depth, talking about their mission and vision and how they are actionable. They're aligned with their national, the programs that they have are aligned with the national standards. They had some faculty turnover. That was one of the original concerns that we had going into this site visit in the administrator preparation program. And that's a normal thing. They had some retirement and one person who had moved to a different position, but they had hired one full-time faculty member before we went on site visit, and they had another visiting faculty member who was serving full-time, who was one of their veteran faculty members that had helped them maintain the program that they had, while the new faculty also bringing in some new ideas. And they are also they were in the process of hiring a new faculty, which I think is kind of finalizing now. So that was not a concern after all the evidence that they have provided and their commitment to hiring that one last faculty member as well. The diversity standard was the next standard. This was an area of Ryan kind of talked about a highlight of the community support, but the diversity, how the candidates are prepared and how they are supported and heard within the program was also one of the area of strength of this program. The dean has a committee of students from different backgrounds who bring in their perspective and their experiences, and they talk with the dean about improving their experiences as students and retaining the students in the program. That's an area that is very well seen, and it was brought up many times by the students and faculty members that the feedback received from the student is taken then into the classroom, taken into even the curriculum, and what are the areas that they need more preparation in. So kudos to them for doing a great job with the diversity standard. One of the areas that in that standard candidates mentioned that they would benefit from some improvement is a little bit of trauma-informed teaching that is not a requirement of what the rules currently require, but it is an area that students recognize that would help them if there is more information in their curriculum and teaching. And in fact, in the response that the program provided to, even though this was a recommendation, they had integrated and they continue to integrate additional pieces related to diversity that the students need to be prepared to work with. The faculty standard was the next standard. What the team did, we reviewed all the faculty CVs and their teaching courses. So we made sure that their teaching and experiences are aligned. And they also need to continue a 40 hours of recency requirement, which means that the faculty is either teaching in the K-12 setting or co-teaching, or preparing the lessons. And so they were able to track that very well. That 40 hours tracking for most of the program is a challenge, but they had a very good system in place to track that and work with faculty members to ensure that they are completing that 40 hours of continuous collaboration with the K-12. An area that needed improvement was the process for reviewing the part-time faculty members. The part-time faculty members are actually very strong. Some of them are very good teachers from the K-12 or experienced teachers. And they were being reviewed by the chair of the different programs, but some were reviewed every year, some were reviewed every semester, and some were reviewed every 2 years. So that's where we talked with the unit to have a more unit formalized process so that it is equitable for everybody and everybody is going through the same process and knowing what to look for when they review the faculty members. And they put a plan in place. They shared a template that they will be using for evaluating the faculty member and the timelines that this will happen. And it was communicated to all the department chairs. And then the assessment standard was the next standard. Again, assessment was one of those areas that each program did a very good job doing the assessment, review of the candidate assessment, review of the course assessment and the program assessment, utilizing that informally to improve their coursework and the curriculum. However, it was not a planned assessment that was done every 2 years, reviewing that what are the areas, what are the competencies that our students need to improve in the overall program. So we worked with Drake to make sure that they are putting in place a formalized unit assessment, which includes the assessment of all the different programs, and it is done in a regular timeline for all the programs. In that case, I would say that their professional school counseling was doing this assessment process every semester. And so everybody who was in the site visit, they were like, how are they doing this? This is so much work and so much information. So they were doing a great job, but the fact that it was not formalized, that same process was not happening in all the programs. And so we're hopeful that this new system that they have put in place, the templates that they have put in place, will help making sure that all the programs are doing it in a regular basis. The clinical standard was another area of strength for the Drake Educator Preparation Program, especially the teacher preparation. We heard so many times from the students giving kudos to their coordinator who placed them in the clinical placement, being so accommodating, making sure that they have those different diverse experiences that they need to have, but also being accommodating with the locations that they need to go to, like as far as how far it is from their residence, and a very good collaboration between them and the students, and making sure that the students are placed in the areas that they need to be placed. That was an area that when we were reviewing the Drake prior report, that was an area that was reported that not everybody were placed in the appropriate location that was related to their preparation and the content area. But this time that was very clearly addressed. There was no concern as far as where the candidates are being placed. The knowledge, there was one recommendation that we provided that was very important. It was brought up by some of the professional school counseling students that some of their cooperating supervisors were not as informed about the expectations on them and the timelines that we have to meet those expectations. So we worked with the professional school counseling chair and the person who oversees that program in that department. And they actually put that communication into a training that they provide to the cooperating teachers and cooperating supervisors. And they made sure that they would communicate those timelines with them moving forward. The knowledge, skills, and disposition for all the programs were met. They have provided a map that they have aligned with the mission and vision of the unit, their program, and that they also showed their alignment with their national standards. The admin preparation was asked to develop a formalized inter-rater reliability and assessment for the competencies that they are assessing. It was something that, because it's a small program, the faculty members were talking to each other and they came to that understanding. But because it's not a formalized process, if new faculty members come on board, not having that formalized process would not be helpful. So in addition to their assessment process, they have put those requirements in place, and that will happen every year now with their onboarding and the new, the orientation that you have for the faculty coming back to the semester. They also have started improving the syllabi for the administrator preparation program. That's one of the areas that we saw some disparity, that some of the syllabi from the program was not updated. They didn't have all the information that we saw that was in the syllabi that the faculty members who were teaching. And so we found that the new faculty member has produced this new great syllabi that includes a lot of detailed communication with the candidates. And so they have committed to, as they are teaching every one of these courses, that they will be utilizing this new syllabi template for those admin prep program candidates so that they have all that information that is communicated with the students in every course. They did submit the template. They have submitted their curriculum to BOEE. BOEE has reviewed and approved their curriculum. With that, I'm going to recommend Drake Preparation Program for approval until their next review, which is scheduled in 2030, 2031. And I'm open to answer your questions, and they're here to answer questions about the program.
Just a comment, thank you for including the previous site visit concerns and the follow-up those.
Absolutely.
I have some questions.
As we look at the acceptance to teacher education program and student teacher, it's a 2.5 or higher grade point average.
On average, what is your GPA for incoming students? Is it around the 2.5 or is it generally higher?
So we have 2.5 for undergraduate students and we require 3.0 for the graduate students.
Yep.
It's almost always higher. We occasionally, I'd say we have maybe one student a year who has to do a little bit of retaking of coursework in order to get up to the 2.5, but average would probably be over a 3 point something, like it's a 3.2, 3.4. We have a lot of students with a 4.0, but of course not everybody.
And generally speaking, across all teacher prep programs in the state, is that the standard is 2.5 or higher?
It is not. So how we ask the program to determine that is showing us that they used some data from their assessment that to determine that average that they are going to use. Some programs will require that. Some programs will require additional coursework before they are admitted to the program. So each program has their own. What we look at is, excuse me, making sure that they have some gateways throughout the program. What are the things they need to meet to be admitted to the program? What are the things they need to meet to be successful in the program completely? What are the requirements that they need to meet before they're admitted to student teaching? And what are the overall finishing result that they need to show to be recommended for licensure? So those are the different points that we check, but the program will determine what that will look like.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Remind me what task is.
Yes.
Oh, in task,
Yes.
maybe you can remember what it stands for, interstate
The
something. or other.
standards.
Okay,
The
The
standards
national-
for the
okay.
teacher preparation. Yeah.
okay. Someone else can jump in.
I had another question, but I have to find where I put that.
The board members have questions or comments? That's-
I have a
question just on overall, I mean, I know that Drake has been in the news a lot recently with is that any of that, I mean, the recent cuts, I know that they voted on certain programs. Is any of that going to impact? I mean, I assume not, but I don't know.
No, the short answer is no. We did not have any programs in the School of Education that were under consideration for elimination. So of course, we're working to be good stewards of our budget, making reductions when we can, but in terms of our student-facing programs and our supports, none of that is impacted, which is great.
And that's one of the areas that we also did some follow-up, because that's always a concern when you see some cuts happening. One of the areas that we wanted to check to make sure that is happening is faculty development. There was some changes to how they were funding the faculty development, but every faculty member that we talked to talked about that they're supported for attending the conferences, presenting and the workshops that was helping them be a professional in their field that they were teaching. So we didn't see any concern as far as how well they were supported and resourced.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I will just one quick add on. I am particularly concerned about the challenges with FAFSA right now. I don't know if the board has, talked about this, but it's making me a little bit nervous at this point about our incoming numbers for teacher preparation in the coming year. So we're behind right now where we typically are in terms of, we usually bring in 25 plus, and we're not close to that yet. And so we're hoping now that the system is starting to flow, students are getting their financial aid packages, all of those things are happening, that we'll get a late boost here. We've extended our Drake University. The commitment deadline historically is May 1. We've moved it to June 1. And so we hope that extra time, alleviates some of that. But that's, one of the things that's keeping me up at night right now is ensuring our prospective students, get those aid offers quickly and are able to join us in the.
I'm just curious about the finish line. So do you know your retention rates of students being placed and staying in Iowa?
Staying in Iowa, we don't know. But
we can't give an exact number, but I can 100% guarantee that we have more students staying in Iowa than coming from Iowa. So we have a lot of students from Illinois and other states around, right? So usually the Iowa students stay in Iowa, not everybody. Maybe they want to go to another state, but people come and they fall in love with Des Moines.
Yeah.
And then they often have an opportunity in the school that they student teach in, right? Somebody recognizes how fantastic they are. They get a job offer. They don't have to accept that. They can still go to another state, but we attract students from out of state for at least a while.
And to give and our placement rate on a whole varies between 98 and 100% every year. So our graduates get snapped up. To give an anecdotal response to your question about staying in Iowa. So of the 10 teachers I've visited, the student teachers in the last couple of weeks, I believe none of them are from Iowa and 8 of the 10 are staying. So, and 2 of them are heading home to Colorado and Minnesota respectively. And the others are all only applying in the metro area, which is great. So, they were really good visits. It was just inspiring. And so to see that talent come in and stay here at least for a few years and maybe a career is really exciting.
Do you think the legislation that passed with the increase in salaries for the teachers, do you think that will help recruit or retain?
I do think that will be a big boost. I also am really excited about that in the context of our teacher intern program. So I think it makes changing careers a little less scary and a little more attractive if you think, okay, that's what I'll be moving into instead of the previous state minimum of 38.5. So I'm really excited about the potential of that program in particular because of the change in salary, but also our undergraduate teachers. But as we know, people out in the working world tend to be a little more price sensitive. And so we had really seen a pretty dramatic decline in our master's program for career changers. And now being able to do that intern program where they're paid in the second year is a big deal. And there's demand out there. I was just talking to the dean at Morningside the other day. And they're having 60, 70 per year and can't take everyone. So we're excited about collaboration with Rappel and Morningside, and that law is in the salary aspect is only going to help.
Awesome. Good.
Find your question.
Yeah. So I was going to comment on your enrollment retention rates. They're really pretty strong. When you look across other schools. So let's talk a little bit about the counseling program. So if I look at the 2019-20 at 38 program completers, now we're 11. When I visit schools, I notice that there's a lot of attrition in the counseling staff. Is that a reality that you see as well in enrollment? And what do you attribute that to?
It is a reality. And I think there's a few things at play that I hear. The amount of students that are assigned to professional school counselors is enormous. It's well above the kind of national guidelines on what a school counselor should take on. So I think there's a lot of demands, and I'm sure, you all have been out on the road for your state board meetings. You've been in schools, and the challenges you hear around student mental health, and just the impact. So you add, a high caseload plus really increasing challenges, and where those counselors are really well supported, you're going to see a lot of success, and where they're not as well supported, real challenges. And so I think that plays in. We still do have a healthy amount of students going into school counseling. But again, as I mentioned earlier, we are seeing more on the mental health counseling side, choosing that route instead of school counseling.
Okay. And then one last question I had was, we're becoming a more data-driven society in every aspect, right? And particularly in education now. And do you have any program that includes data analytics on student performance and how teachers can use them in the classroom immediately to impact a student's level of performance?
They do all take a learning and assessment class, so it is required in our curriculum that we include assessment. It's not required that we have an entire class on it, right?
Okay.
So in another school, they maybe incorporate that into something else and merge two topics. We pull it out and have it for the initial teacher licensure students take an entire class on learning and assessment. And then they get to practice it, especially during student teaching.
Okay.
So they get a lot of support for this is happening every day in the school. This is the system, I feel like they're ready to go.
Okay.
And in our rules, we have in Chapter 79, knowledge, skills, and dispositions. There are some areas that they need to be able to recognize the students who have those needs and be able to either provide the support or refer them to appropriate resources that is available through the school to them. So all the students are required to have a minimal experience with how to recognize the differentiation, different students' needs, and how to either provide for them or refer them to the right resources.
Okay. I thank the staff for your comprehensive review of all the programs that we review. It's very impressive, and you guys are doing a great job at Drake, and you all do a
Thank you.
fantastic job.
Thank you. We try. They're very comprehensive.
They're so comprehensive.
Yes.
I hope you don't wring your hands when, it's almost like, when a regulator comes to do a banking audit and people are sweaty and uncomfortable. Is that how?
It has passed that time.
I would say that the sweat came in when we got 193 questions, and you'll see that in your report, off our initial report. But after that, it was really good. Like, we responded to those in about 3.5 weeks. The team came in, and it was a really good bit. Like, the collaboration in the visit and then the post-visit follow-up was great. And we actually had a great conversation providing feedback, and I think that's informed future visits. So it was very, very collaborative. I think we were maybe not on the exact same page at first, but we got there, and Miriam's leadership was excellent. And I just want to give a lot of credit to Dr. Gillespie, who has been at Drake 27 years, and has done just a tremendous job over almost 3 decades leading our organization. So much of the work that I spoke about is really due to her leadership and the leadership of our department chairs, our faculty. It's just a really great team. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Gillespie's work in making all this happen.
And we are so grateful for site visit team members who are volunteers from all
Oh my
other
gosh,
extra
yes.
programs who dedicate half of the week or full of the week to this process. We couldn't do it without their help.
Do you have a recommendation?
I'm recommending them for approval.
I move approval.
I second.
It's been moved by Brooke and second by Mary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It's scary. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Bye, Ryan.
Good to see you again.
We have Iowa Valley. And yeah.
I can see it.
You can move those chairs over there too. Those
You want me up this way? Oh, okay.
yeah, just move those over there.
You want to pull up a chair?
Love empty chairs.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you. My name is Amy Giske. I'm a chief in the Bureau of Community Colleges and Post-Secondary Readiness. One of my areas of responsibility is state accreditation for our community colleges. I'm here today to present an accreditation, Iowa Valley Community College. So Iowa Valley does operate as a district with 2 separate colleges. We have Ellsworth Community College in Iowa Falls and Marshalltown Community College in Marshalltown, as well as a satellite center in Grinnell. So we were able to visit both colleges during our visit in October. In front of you is the full Iowa Valley report outlining details from the desk review and site visit. I'm going to give an overview of that report today and then hand things over to our guests. With me today are President Dr. Ann Hauser-Boyens. So Ann joined Iowa Valley as their new president the week of our visit. So she was from.
I'm going to correct you.
Okay.
I was negative 2 days. The visit was 2 days before my official start date. So, yeah.
Kristen Fisher and with us. So thank you for jumping right into the
Yeah.
fire.
That's great.
Also with us, Provost of Ellsworth Community College, Dr. Barb Pine, and Vice President of Administration, Gina Garber. So Gina will help with the certified budget presentation as well. So we appreciate you chipping in on both of these presentations. So after I present an overview of the report, I will hand things over to them to talk about the visit from their perspective, as well as some key major initiatives happening at Iowa Valley. Okay, so as you all know, one of your roles as the state board member is to review accreditation reports and to vote on continuing accreditation for the community colleges. We have 3 reports that will be in front of you this year. So today for with Iowa Valley, and then coming up, you'll have Iowa Lakes and NICC, Northeast Iowa Community College, later this summer, just to give you a sense of what's to come. This year's visits were all interim visits. And most of you are familiar with the structure of our process, but as a reminder, there are 2 components, an assurance component and a continuous improvement component. I will say we do everything with a continuous improvement lens, but the continuous component is for the comprehensive visits every 10 years. So since all of our visits this year were interim, we'll focus on the assurance component, which includes a review of the college's most recent Higher Learning Commission report, and then a deep dive into the 8 state standards. So moving into specifics of Iowa Valley, starting with Higher Learning Commission compliance, Iowa Valley does have continued HLC accreditations with no issues, concerns, or findings pending. Our review team analyzed their most recent report and found core components met with concerns related to program review, assessment of student learning, and continuous quality improvements. So in response to those concerns, Iowa Valley did an interim report, and HLC found as a result of that report that they'd made substantial progress and even gave them praise for making that progress in the midst of COVID, and on each of those areas of concern. When we did our review, we followed up on those specific items and found that they are continuing to make progress on those areas and putting significant resources into them. They have a comprehensive visit coming up this fall. So they have state visit and then November 2024 HLC as well. So they will be busy with accreditation. Turning to the state standards, looking first at faculty qualifications. During each accreditation visit, we do a random selection of 20 to 30 faculty files, and we review those for compliance with faculty qualifications and load. And those are the first two standards. The team identified a few recommendations and findings related to faculty qualifications. One recommendation relates to automating assignment of faculty to courses using the student information system to help reduce errors. We also recommend centralizing faculty approval to reduce discrepancies between various colleges and deans. We did have a finding in this area. The team found that 4 faculty members reviewed were not adequately qualified or lacked the documentation necessary to qualify them. And then several files were missing key documents like transcripts. So the department team has already begun working with Iowa Valley staff on this topic of faculty qualifications. So we will continue to work with them on those 4 faculty in question. We'll conduct another random selection of faculty files in 6 months, and we'll review their process for qualifying faculty to ensure we're catching this stuff ahead of the next visit. There were no findings in the area of faculty load. Faculty were found to be teaching within their state load limits. Our recommendations here include formalizing the mutual consent process for faculty when accepting overload and reducing instructional load of first-year instructors when possible. Standard 3 relates to special needs and protected classes. Iowa Valley staff and faculty take a great deal of pride in serving all students at their college. The team identified a number of strengths in this area, including very centralized student support systems, disaggregating reports to identify barriers of unique student populations, and they have advisors and tutors speaking multiple languages, which is especially important as Marshalltown is nearing the point of being designated a Hispanic serving institution, where 25% of their student population identifies as Hispanic. So they're putting additional resources in that area, which is very important. The finding in this area relates to required continuous and annual non-discrimination statements. For the continuous statement, ensuring it's consistent and in all required locations. And for the annual statement, adding links to specific CTE program admission criteria and a language that English language proficiency will not be a barrier to admission. These are just federal requirements that will get added in there and have already begun working with them on that. In 6 months, we'll do another review of statements to ensure that they're all in compliance as a follow-up item. Moving to career and technical education program evaluation and review. Because of the areas met with concerns on their HLC visit, Iowa Valley has done a significant work that has positively impacted CTE program review. Their program review nicely incorporates assessment of student learning now. Faculty are required to develop program action plans and goals that drive meaningful change at the program level. The process is data-driven. They use a peer review feedback and faculty learning communities to get input from other faculty. And that's very valuable, particularly in CTE programs of only 1 or 2 faculty. They need to be able to rely on one another. So those have been very positive changes. There are no findings in this area. Our team recommends including mapping program outcomes to general education outcomes, requiring an advisory committee meeting template to ensure that all of those advisory committee meetings are robust, and ensuring that the advisory committees are meeting twice per year. Standard 5 is strategic planning. We found this to be an area of strength at Iowa Valley. Their current plan was built in collaboration across the district. They have institutional effectiveness dashboards to monitor progress on key metrics. The team recommends looking into ways to tie their program review to strategic planning so that faculty can very clearly see how their work as a faculty member articulates with the institutional plan. And the team also recommends moving back to a 5-year cycle as required by code. They had gone into a 6-year cycle during COVID, and so they'll be moving back to a 5-year. Another area of strength for Iowa Valley is their physical plant. They have a very comprehensive master plan that's continuously updated. Their capital projects committee has broad representation from across the institution. Very strong commitment to safety, as evidenced by the college's significant investments in this area following their most recent bond referendum. No findings in this area. Our only recommendation was around linking more directly to the campus safety reports from the student handbook, so the students could more easily find that required federal information. Standard 7 is quality faculty plan. The college has very strong faculty onboarding, robust mentoring, and clearly defined instructional competencies for their faculty. Recommendations here, continue to connect their instructional competencies with the strategic plan priorities. It's just an excellent strategy to help connect instructional professional development with institutional priorities and goals, and then moving to an electronics tracking system that includes adjunct faculty. But no findings in that area. Standard 8 is a review of the college's senior year plus program. Iowa Valley has a very strong concurrent enrollment program in place, serving 13 Iowa school districts and over 1,300 high school students per year. They have multiple ways of ensuring consistency between their courses taught in the high school and on campus. The faculty complete a robust orientation. Students have access to what they call their Iowa Valley PawPass student portal. This is a best practice. Concurrent students can access their class schedules, advising information, course registration, and degree audit, and make a plan for the courses that they're taking. Our recommendations on this standard relate mostly to document cleanup, and our team has already begun working with them on that. No findings in that area. Finally, at each visit, we do a comprehensive review of curriculum to ensure that their curriculum aligns with our state curriculum system. Just a few cleanup items in this area that we are still working on, but they have a very robust curriculum approval process. Overall, the review team had an excellent visit. Wanted to highlight a few themes that emerged. First, it was very clear to us how much faculty and staff pride themselves on student success as their core mission. It came up in every conversation that we had, was how this affects students, how we can better serve students. Many staff have been at the institution for many, many years and very deeply committed to the institution, the communities, and the students they serve. While the district does operate as two colleges, they're working very intentionally to operate as a one cohesive unit, which takes very strategic thought and planning. So that's clear that that's a priority for them. They've invested significant resources toward improving assessment across campus, and those investments are paying off. Administrators have also enhanced their efforts to hear faculty needs, and respond to those. That came out during our new faculty interview. We added a faculty interview to our visits, and those have been very informative, and that was a theme that emerged. The department review team recommends continued accreditation for Iowa Valley through the next state comprehensive accreditation evaluation in academic year 28-29. And before moving to your questions and that vote, I'll turn things over to Iowa Valley colleagues. I'm going to share a PowerPoint so they can share a bit more.
And while Amy's pulling this up, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present in front of you. As Amy said, I've been at the district for all of 6 months now, and so my learning curve has been steep, and it's been a great experience. And like what that was demonstrated in one of the strengths in your presentation, I am overwhelmed by the dedication to students at every single part of the district, and the care and concern for excellence in teaching and learning. And so it's been a wonderful ride so far. So I also want to thank Dr. Fisher for doing all the heavy lifting here, and all the prep for the work, of course, and the work between the visits. I believe she is in your neck of the woods now at Kirkwood back home. So yes. So also, I just want to just give a quick shout out to the governor's office and the legislation for signing yesterday, the community college funding formula into legislation that is really going to ensure that the community college continue to work together and ensure that community colleges are accessible and sustainable accessible to students and sustainable for the long term. So a big thank you for the support of the Department of Ed for pushing that, for not pushing it through, for supporting that through. So I'm just going to quickly go over the findings and our recommendations, and really concentrating on the progress that all of our teams have made towards these findings and recommendations. And I'm going to start off with the big one, and this is the tiniest little font that you'll ever see. I apologize, but there is a lot of work going around surrounding the faculty qualifications. This was one of the findings that was in our 2019 visit, and so I am not going to give any excuses or anything like that. I will say that in terms of administrative turnover in the particular areas of our deans of academics has been significant. And that is where some of this work kind of falls on. And so we are in a much better place now, and we'll be hiring one more new academic dean. But what I am working towards, and the team is working towards, is ensuring that we put in a good system, a good process, so that regardless of turnover, regardless of changes in qualifications or whatnot in terms of state regulations and that, we have a good system that we can easily access, that is, of course, secure, but everyone can access not only our deans of academics, but our HR professionals as well. And so that is really our next goal for ensuring that this does not happen again. Also, another thank you to Heather and Amy for working with our current deans, Honoria and Ashton, in making sure they're literally going through paper files now and double checking every single faculty's credentials, transcripts, coursework, even getting into syllabi. So very deep dive into what we have currently. Again, that next process is to document that, make sure that we have a good system in place so that this will not be an issue in the future. So anything to add to that?
I think that's great.
Okay, sounds great.
I'm on the next one.
Yeah.
It's for special needs.
Yeah.
All righty. So this was a quicker one. Yeah. I thought you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am doing this one. Sorry about that. I'll do the finding as well. This one actually came up not only in the work with Amy, but also in the equity report as well, and really has to do a little bit with some cleanup as far as language goes. And I think over the years, due to maybe space as far as on brochures and websites and that, somehow that non-discrimination statement kind of shrunk a little bit. And we have already gone through our documentation on the website, on any student handbooks, faculty handbooks, and made sure that this the discrimination statement was the full statement. The only thing that we have next for this actually has to do with some of our printed materials. So over the summer, of course, we'll be working on new materials for fall. So if you were to look at some of our printed materials today, you would probably see some discrepancies. We're just waiting until this fall to make sure, this summer to update all of those and make sure that they're ready for fall. So.
All right. Yeah, and then we'll skip to the next one. So these
Yeah.
are some of our recommendations that we're working on. The faculty teaching load piece really revolves around overload on our campus and trying to formalize that process a little bit more. We have plans in place right now to take a look at that over the summer and get our arms around that a little bit better. And the formalizing of that process and how that works with that faculty person so that they have a better understanding of what that looks like. And even from a process standpoint of how we are tracking that. So feel good about that piece of it. And then that third bullet up there is really about
I'm sorry, it's tiny, the reducing instructional load.
Yes. And I just wanted to give an example of this one because we certainly want to embrace that as often as we can. Over the course of this last year, we've started a welding program up at Ellsworth. We've had welding in the district at Marshalltown Community College for quite a few years, but we brought that at Ellsworth this past year. And so, of course, when you hire someone from the private sector, from private industry, he is a subject matter expert for sure about welding. But when you think about the pedagogy piece and some of those, things that an instructor brings to the classroom, we offer some various ways to wrap around services for that faculty person to get him up to speed. So while he understands the welding piece, he also has a faculty mentor. He also has, we have faculty learning communities, like you mentioned, that really help, uplift him into that classroom so that he's ready to go when class starts also. And so, I just would share that as an example. We, this fall, had him only working with high school students. This next year, we will have that program opened up for not only high school students, but also for just a regular matriculated students. So trying to introduce faculty folks into the classroom in the career and tech examples where they are coming from the private sector into a teaching, into the classroom. So just wanted to share that one example. And then if we go to the next one, this is back to the non-discrimination statement, and this is wrapped around the student handbook. It was on, I think, page 31 of the student handbook, and so we have that right to the front just to show that that's important for students to understand. So when you open up our student handbook, currently we have mission, vision, core values, and then the non-discrimination statement. So we're feeling good about where we're at with that. And that's one of those easy fixes.
Yeah. Completed already, checked off. So I'll talk a little bit about the CTE programming. As Amy had talked about, our last Higher Learning Commission visit, they highly recommended that we work on our assessment and including the curriculum mapping and that. And so we have made very good strides as far as linking our strategic plan to, the program outcomes to student learning outcomes. And really, what does that look like on liberal arts and sciences area, but really concentrating now on CTE, on the career and technical areas. And so many of the CTE programs already have a curriculum map, and that really kind of falls in line with all of our other student learning and institutional learning outcomes. This October, we're going to be working on fine tuning those and also making sure that every single one is updated and is mapped appropriately. So that's our fall project here.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, yeah.
So CTE, a growing opportunity for our students. So as I look at school district CTE offerings, and then I look at the college community CTE offerings, I wonder how you all communicate to make sure that you're not duplicating these programs, because they're very, very expensive. Welding is very expensive.
Yes.
And I'm seeing more and more, and while I appreciate the Department of Ed grants that go out to our school districts, I wonder how that's impacting the community colleges. So if you could comment on that.
Absolutely. Well, and I think Barb referenced our welding program at Ellsworth. Really, that was designed in conjunction. That whole lab was designed in conjunction with Iowa Falls Alden.
HEWSR and South Hardin.
Yeah.
Yeah, to meet the needs of for their students. We some funding with levy funds, some of those things. We had a bond issue recently, but you make a great point that those are expensive programs. And we were able to get some incredible equipment to do that I think in some cases the high schools can't always afford. And so we have these welders that do this smart welding, for lack of a better term. And so with all of us, I guess, feeding into that program and the funding. And we got some RPP funding from our local high schools as well, which again shows just that partnership that if we all can bring our funds to the table, we can put a great program together that serves all of us well.
Yeah. I think another example is our the construction trades program at Marshalltown Community College. And that was in existence a while back. We brought that back really from listening to the school district, in particular Marshalltown Marshalltown School District, and community members who really wanted to. There's a huge housing shortage in Marshalltown. And so that was one way for community to come together, for the school systems, the K-12 school systems to come together in the community college. So I got them all on speed dial.
Right.
Yeah.
As well you should.
Yeah. All right, and this one is mine as well. Yes. So of course, we're working on updating our curriculum. We have a very, like Amy said, a very robust curriculum process. One thing that we needed to do was to go back and clean up a little bit of the language there. There was, I believe, our Associate of Arts and Associate of Science, if I'm remembering correctly, was referred to as a transfer program, where technically it isn't always a transfer program, but our transfer in psychology program is a transfer program. And so really it's just kind of cleaning up some of that language within our catalog and the student graduation plans. Yes. So.
All right, this was another one that was pretty easy to check off the list. In our student handbook, we have in the past said that if you want the information for our annual annual safety and fire security report, that you could get that from our deans of students on our campus. And so we have now linked that in the handbook so that students have access to that information and those statistics that we submit every year to the federal government. So that was an easy one and is fixed. The next one is about the quality faculty plans. We are working to put some of these things into play over the course of the next year. We have faculty workshops district-wide, both in the fall and the spring, to work through some of the things that are listed on here. I know one of the bullet points is about faculty that are struggling or not compliant in their QFP requirements. And so working on what that's going to look like down the road as well. And again, trying to formalize that process so that it's easy to gather, who is not making significant progress and staying on those folks. So, I appreciated you mentioning, Amy, how often student success came up in our interviews. And I really believe that that is just a constant theme across our district. Really proud of that.
Yeah. And I will mention, and this will come up a little bit later, we are working on a new strategic plan to be implemented in 2025. Was a little bit, I mentioned it briefly in that bullet. And so it will. Okay, so we're gonna go, language has been updated. Yes. Senior year process, the senior year plus programs, all those contracts have already been updated. So we're looking good there too. What questions do you have for us?
Questions for Iowa Valley?
I don't have a question. I appreciate the thorough review and the response. That was very helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, we're very appreciative of the support that the DE has given us through this. Also, it's been a really nice pre-visit for our HLC accreditation that we're going to have this fall. So looking forward to that as well.
Is the comprehensive visit part of our motion?
No, it's just approval until the comprehensive visit. So
Okay.
approving of them until
right.
next 5 years.
Okay, I would move that we grant continued accreditation for Iowa Valley Community College District till the next comprehensive visit.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Brian and seconded by Cindy. Grant continued accreditation till 28,
Thank you.
down the road, will be coming up soon.
Yes, very soon.
Any further discussion? If none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Accreditation granted. Continue.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you just, I have a question on accreditation. So it's continuous and then like a comprehensive, like, can you just, I feel like I should know. that.
Yes, so code says that the colleges are to be accredited every 10 years. So that's really the big accreditation visit is that 10-year, similar to HLC actually does a 10-year cycle. But then there's also an interim lighter touch at the halfway point.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
This is a halfway.
Yes.
Okay.
So the comprehensives are a little more robust. We bring the external reviewers, we do a whole special topic where they get to pick a continuous improvement topic and we bring in experts to talk about it. So they're extra fun.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That sounds really fun.
Right.
Thank you.
Iowa Community Colleges certified budgets.
You're perfect. Yeah.
Long ones.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am Laura Vargason, Administrative Consultant, Policy and Finance. Before I get started, I do want to extend my appreciation to the business officers at each of the community colleges for providing information for this report in a very limited reporting window and for the work they do in supporting the work of the community colleges year-round. The certified budget report you have before you is for the fiscal year 2025 budget year. The certified budget report is prepared to meet the requirements outlined in Iowa Code Chapter 260C.17, which includes the following. The budget of each community college shall be submitted to the State Board of Education no later than May 1st. The State Board shall review the proposed budget and shall, prior to June 1st, either grant the board's approval or return the budget without approval with the comments of the State Board attached to it. Any unapproved budget shall be resubmitted to the State Board for final approval. The community college budgets presented in this report also represent the budgets submitted to the controlling county auditors no later than April 30th of each year on forms prescribed by the Iowa Department of Management. The budget submitted to the controlling county auditor is used to determine the cap on the requested property tax levy rate, so the budgets presented are oftentimes conservative in nature. In addition, the budgets are prepared in advance of knowing state general aid appropriations, tuition revenues, and employee salaries for the upcoming fiscal year. The budget pages read from left to right with the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget by fund, fiscal year 2024 re-estimated budget, fiscal year 2023 audited actual. In addition, we have added an additional year of audited actual numbers for fiscal year 22 as they were presented in last year's certified budget report. We hope this additional year informs and supports the board in reviewing the community college budgets. This report was presented to the Community College Council yesterday, and some recommendations were made to include some additional narrative in next year's report that would include information on capital projects, significant changes in fund balances, and major trends or potential changes in the budget. And I appreciate those recommendations. To help answer questions on the budgeting process, I have Gina Garber, CFO and Vice President of Administration for Iowa Valley Community College District as a representative from the Community College Business Officers Group. And I certainly appreciate her being here and representing them for any questions you would have on the process. If there are specific questions on the budget themselves, that would not be her area and would be something I would need to follow up with, provide you information to follow up on.
I would just like to share as part of the Community College Council meeting yesterday, we had business office representatives from every single community college present. And we were able to ask questions of them regarding their budgets. So I think every member of the Community College Council was satisfied with those responses and, as noted, recommend approval of the budgets as presented.
I just have, I guess, a process question for next year. Will this process look the same next year after that bell? Is this gonna completely, like, so?
Well, it will just come to the Board of Education directly at this point unless
Well, I'm asking difficult questions.
Sorry.
To be determined, maybe.
That's fine. I'm okay. Sorry.
Community College Council is kind of going to be kind of in a state of flux as far as we're going to probably maybe redefine how we operate. And part of that redefinition is going to be discussions based here at this board table, as well as feedback from the community college presidents and their representatives for how do we move forward without a community college council. And so what that looks like in future years, stay tuned, you'll be part of that discussion. So. Now, one of the things that we appreciate that we brought up yesterday is the, if the budgets or some swinging in the budgets, and just a brief paragraph description would be helpful. And just to point that out, for example, there's two community colleges that have very extensive budget surpluses, one being Kirkwood, one being Iowa Western. And they both have capital projects planned, which makes sense why they have such a, and if you look at Iowa Valley back in FY '22, they had $19 million as far as a budget ending balance. And then this past year estimated is like 1.8 million. Well, they had capital projects that I knew about. And just what we're asking for is just a brief explanation, a paragraph of why the big swing. And if you're going to be overspending your budget, like it was Southeastern, they were overspending it by 4.7 million. That's kind of a concern, but if you look at their final ending balance, their ending balance is fine. So is there some reason why you're overspending? Just, that's where that comment came from, so.
That would be helpful to, yeah.
And we're not.
We have to explain that to our boards anyway, so.
Oh, yeah.
We're asking for a laborious document, just a brief explanation, put things in context, so. Okay. So were you going to make a recommendation or did you?
No, I will move that the state board approve the community college certified budgets as provided.
Second.
Moved by Cass and second by Mary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. This will be so approved. Okay, we have the Great Prairie AA budget.
Lunch here.
This.
I think we have one more agenda.
Folks.
Oh. Yesterday. Oh.
Okay, I'll kick things off. Thanks for having us back up. We've got a few updated slides here to go through, just to provide some context for everyone since the last time we were here. In context for kind of what Dennis is going to go through the numbers today, we've been working with our districts. The Great Prairie serves 33 Southeast Iowa districts and then 10 accredited non-publics. We're working with our districts now to figure out what those services look like. So when we're looking at these numbers, we believe we're going to get a super majority back of the educational and media services dollars from our districts back to our agency. Just the commitment that they feel like they need to sustain those services and the timeliness of 24-25 and then reevaluate for 2025. Also, since the last time we were here, we believe we're going to have around an 18 to 20% reduction in our certified and administrative staff just through attrition and some budget reductions. And the uncertainty of House File 2612. With that being said, we're going to use the next year to really figure out what it is our services that are and supports that our districts utilize and try to capitalize on those. And then the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Dennis is, in speaking with Cassandra, today we're asking for instead of coming back from the addendum and the approval in September, we're asking the board to consider approving our budget for the 24-25 school year today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I said that correct. So I'm gonna turn it over to Dennis. Is gonna kind of talk through some of our initial expenditures and revenues, and then talk about the amended ones that we've updated since the last time we were here, which will give you a little bit of dialogue for our fund balances.
The first slide here is what we published in the paper. Same thing as you saw the last time we were here. This is what our board approved and we submitted. The next slide is the expenditures, same story. What we published, what the board approved, and what we submitted. The next slide is what was published in the paper and approved by the board. And then this is what we've come back with after the changes that Nathan has talked about. We took out all the capital projects that we were thinking about. We've got, going to have somewhere around 20% staff that we cannot fill. And so we've accounted for those here. As I mentioned the last time, my best target right now, or best guess what we're going to end up at June 30th, 2025 is somewhere between $4.5 and $5 million fund balance by making those changes. And that's what is showed. Here's the expenditures as we've reduced them. And then the next slide is the fund balances, which shows instead of the negative fund balance that we had the last time, showing us somewhere about $4.5 million. And that's since we put this together, we found out about some more positions that we're not going to be able to replace. I mean, people are jumping ship. So there were going to be a little higher than that too. If there are any questions on anything, I ran through that pretty quick, but I think I covered
If you're feeling confident in your fund balances.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so you made a comment about the people that you don't feel like you are going to replace because you're reducing conscious reduction. And then I'm kind of getting vibes that you may have other reductions that you would like to replace, but you
That is correct.
cannot reduce. So talk to us just a little bit about those ones you'd like to replace, but cannot replace.
Yeah, so some of those positions, we're exploring opportunity or options now with other AEAs, potentially doing some sharing. We've also looked at some contracted services that are not maybe first. Some of those services don't work for all students, but there are certain students. So like I'm going to use speech pathology as an example, speech language pathologist, a virtual therapist can't provide services for every student on a roster, but there are certain students that may have articulation or a lower level discrepancy that is appropriate. So we're exploring those options where in the past, we've always tried to provide a face-to-face therapist. So those are some opportunities or options we're looking at. And I think the silver lining that will come out of that is we may find that that's a permanent thing that we could do. And maybe we deploy speech pathologists from the metro to rural Iowa, moving forward on a permanent basis for those kids that are appropriate. So some of those positions we've reduced, or we're okay without those. I think we're going to try it. It's going to be, we're asking everybody's jobs. Everybody's job's going to look a little bit different. There's some people I think had a mindset after legislation was passed, like my job's in this special education domain, my role is not going to change. And what we've said is everybody's role is going to change a little bit because work responsibilities are going to change for every person, which isn't a bad thing. It's just reality of where we're at. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Would any of the sharing or contracted services negatively impact the fund balance that you're showing there?
No, I think that would, this is probably a poor term to use. I'm going to use the term worst case scenario. This would be worst case scenario for us. This would be as if we didn't retain services from districts, which I'm confident some of our districts have already committed those. And in all reality, even our largest districts are coming back and saying, we want your services, 100% of your services for next year, which is a good spot to be in. Unique for the agencies right now, but a good spot for Great Prairie.
To refresh my memory, who are the larger school districts in your?
Sorry, yeah. So Great Prairie serves 33 in Southeast Iowa. So our largest would be Burlington, Ottumwa. And then our 3A school districts would be like Mount Pleasant, Fort Madison, Keokuk, Oskaloosa.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brian, you had one other question that you always asked us. We reviewed the AEA budgets. I don't want to ask it and steal your question.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, your question was something along the lines of, do you feel this budget accurately captures your ability to deliver the services in a?
That's one of the things that I think probably John's question around the positions that you're not able to fill, but you really want to fill. And that's where I think this budget is, again, probably worst case scenario that I believe we're going to carry over reserve, our unspent balance, our reserves will still be, our general fund balance will be higher than it is here. So I think it's accurate. I think it's also very predictable of what things may look like for next year, just depending on legislative session. You know, I think we've been very intentional at Great Prairie to say to our staff, we want to retain as many of you as possible, even though there's some uncertainty in funding, because our schools need your services for their staff and their students. So, and as we get back the commitments from districts, we've kind of reaffirmed with staff, see, our districts are wanting your services. So we need you to stay with the agency. And knock on wood, we've been lucky that our vacancies have come from kind of a cross section of all disciplines. They haven't all came from one job category, which has been fortunate, whatever term you want to use. Yeah, I think so.
You were asking for the board to approve your budget through September?
So in the initial conversations with Cassandra, and I may have to turn it over to her, there was a couple different options for us to when I go through in this amendment. And the first one was to potentially, I'm going to butcher the term, Cassandra, in lieu of a assurance and providing assurance and then an updated budget in September. We're just seeking our approval of the 24-25 budget today. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And I think that it's also important to point out that, in conversations with the AEA, they didn't want to delay actually balancing their budget. And so the point of the assurance is so that the state board can take action prior to that May 15th statutory deadline. That was the purpose of the assurance, so that that budget could still be approved. And then the state board had granted them basically until September 1st to balance the budget. The AEA recognized the importance of balancing the budget. And so they elected to, instead of providing the assurance and delaying that action, they decided to go ahead and present that balanced budget today.
All right, so the recommendation that's being made is what is before us and written. So, okay.
And that's the same thing that he just asked for.
Right.
So I would have moved that we approve the Great Prairie AEA budget for 25 as presented.
I would second.
Okay, it's been motion by Brian, second by Cass. Further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried, budget's approved.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day.
Too much.
All right, we are going to the Individual Disabilities Education Act till June, correct?
We are, Dr. Guy has interviews scheduled back to back, starting just about now. So we're going to ask to move it to the end or to June.
The end, if she's back, she's back. If she's not, she's not. Okay. And so we are going to break for lunch. It's about 10 after 12. We'll reconvene about 12:40. Next item on the agenda is the overview of dyslexia supports. I'm back.
Thank you.
Ready. Again, I'm Wanda Sterry, and I'm the Dyslexia and Science of Reading Consultant at the Department of Ed. And this afternoon, I'm here just talk to you about the department's support for dyslexia this year. I'm going to start with a brief overview of the history. Senate File 2356 was signed by Governor Reynolds in the year 2020. This act provided several items related to the education for students with characteristics of dyslexia. The items within the act led to additional pieces of legislation being passed. The legislation listed on this slide relates to Iowa Code and Administrative Rules for Educator Preparation Programs. As you can see, there are 4 related codes and rules for these programs. They relate to teacher candidates, school administrators, and other school practitioners who are required to have knowledge of students who struggle with literacy, including those with dyslexia. The next 2 slides relate to the Board of Educational Examiners. This legislation outlines the requirements for the endorsements of superintendents, AA administrators, pre-K through 12 principals, and supervisors of special education, elementary teachers, K through 8 and 5 through 12 reading teachers, and K through 12 reading specialists. The requirements range from having dyslexia knowledge to implementing the best instructional approaches for teaching students with characteristics of dyslexia. Slide 6 is devoted to the Advanced Dyslexia Specialist Endorsement Program. This legislation outlined the steps the State Board of Education and the IRRC used when they adopted the rules for the teacher preparation programs to offer the dyslexia specialist endorsement at their institutions. Slide 7 shows the intersection of the definition of dyslexia and the early literacy implementation law. And then slide 8 lists that dyslexia is included in Special Education Administrative Code 41.5010 as a specific learning disability. Therefore, students with dyslexia are eligible for special education services. Slides 9, 10, and 11 show other dyslexia legislation, including the Dyslexia Task Force, the Iowa Dyslexia Board, Iowa Department of Education's Dyslexia Consultant, information about AEA dyslexia specialists, the training that AEA personnel are to have by July of this year, and the required training for other educators, which is specific to licensure endorsement number. So you'll see the numbers behind those words. It's about the endorsement number. So if they have that endorsement number on their license, they need to take the overview module from the IRRC by July 1st of 2024.
I have a question. Does the dyslexia, so the task force count, it was a task force? It was just like they met for just a period of time, or are they?
Yes.
Okay.
And then they set into motion all of these other things I just spoke about. Yep, correct. Okay. Right. Okay, so now I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and I just wanted you to have that background. I'm going to talk now about some of the specific legislation and connect it to the task force information, and then our support for that particular area this year at the Department of Education. Okay. Okay, so in the 2020 legislative session, as I said, Senate File 2356 paved the way for the creation of the Iowa Dyslexia Board. And this legislation was one of the first task force recommendations. So the task force asked that the Iowa Dyslexia Board would oversee the recommendations made by their report and provide future recommendations. The ensuing legislation established the board to guide, facilitate, and oversee the implementation of dyslexia instruction in Iowa. The board is to make recommendations for continued improvement to this instruction. The board is also to submit its finding and recommendations to the General Assembly by November 15th annually.
So on this slide are the agenda items for the board this year. And I'm just going to highlight a few of them. They did submit their findings to the legislative body by November of 2023. Another task that happened early in the year is that we went through every single task force recommendation and they provided input onto what they considered the level of completedness was for each one. In addition to that, they reviewed things from the Iowa Department of Education and from the Iowa Reading Research Center quite often and gave us input, provided input as to enhancements or other ideas they wanted us to consider. And then finally, they really spent some time trying to consider their impact and their impact for dyslexia across Iowa and how they would measure that. So those were some of the key items that we worked on this year. We also worked, okay. So the next area I would like to talk about is the task force recommendation number 7. And lost my place again. Sorry, I should just talk. Okay. So this recommendation asks that there would be a full-time Department of Education consultant hired at the Department of Education. And it's in relation to Senate File 2356 again. So I started my role at the Department of Education as the Science of Reading and Dyslexia consultant in June of 23. My qualifications support those required in the legislation. I've worked within the area of literacy for several years. I utilize my dyslexia specialist endorsement daily in this position. And this year I've enjoyed working within my bureau, across bureaus, and with the Iowa Dyslexia Board and with many external stakeholder groups to support dyslexia and the science across Iowa.
Wanda, would you just share a little bit about your background, a little more detail?
Okay. Sure. So I started as an elementary teacher in Nebraska, and then we traveled a bit with my husband's job. But then when we came back to Iowa, I was a teacher, but then went into curriculum work as a curriculum director at a very small district. I left there and went to be an instructional coach at a large building in a large district. We were 4 to 5 sections and had a lot of autism in our building and significant disabilities. So I did a lot of work with that at that point. And then I went to the central office. I was asked to go to the central office in that district to oversee the English language arts program for the district. I left there, went to the Iowa Reading Research Center for a year, left there, and went to the AEA as a literacy consultant. So I've spent before I came to the department in June, my most previous work was as a literacy consultant. And I supported a lot of small districts at the AEA, which was really enhanced my opportunities to work with kids with special needs. And then in addition to that, I have a personal child and family history of dyslexia. So that's why I kind of got into this. So, yeah. 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 Don't like to talk about myself. Okay. Okay. So, an additional major area of work this year relates to task force recommendations 6 and 8. These recommendations ask the department to provide specific guidance related to dyslexia in Iowa. And the guidance was to be used by Iowa schools, educators, and families to support students with a diagnosis of dyslexia or who have characteristics of dyslexia. So the guidance is provided in 2 places. One place is on the Iowa Department of Education webpage, and this webpage includes information for all stakeholder groups about dyslexia. It gives information about a diagnosis. It makes a connection between the early literacy implementation law and the support that provides for students with dyslexia. It also explains the best instructional approaches to use for students with dyslexia. It talks about 504s, IEPs, and accommodations. And finally, there's an extensive resource list where the user can go click on to gather more information if they wish about dyslexia. Also, the Iowa Reading Research Center has a page devoted to dyslexia. This page defines it and lists other resources provided to educators in the state for dyslexia, such as the overview module, and then there's another understanding more about dyslexia module that you can take.
Wanda, who runs the Iowa Reading Research Center?
So we make an announcement about that. So the interim has been Ben Walzer. We work very closely with Nina Lorimore Easley, who I think is probably virtually participating in the board meeting today. And then we'll have an announcement about the executive director soon.
So it's under the Department of Education.
It is. So the role is appointed by the director of the Department of Education. It's formed by the department, but it is hosted at the University of Iowa within the College of Education. So it's based in Iowa City.
We work closely together, actually. And 3 members from that organization are on the dyslexia board. So there's a lot of intersection, I'd say, of our work and a lot of support for each other.
Thank you.
Yeah.
After the boards and commissions built, is that dyslexia board still stand?
It was to sunset in July of 2025, and I believe that has been extended, but I don't know that. Yes, I'm seeing yes for 2 more years till 2027. So, okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, and so they have the webpage for dyslexia. They also have a caregivers hub, which is really great for parents and others who really want to understand more about great instructional approaches, IEP language. There's many resources on the Iowa Reading Research Center's caregivers hub to support families who have dyslexia. So that's the 2 places where our guidance currently is. The board asked that we create an additional piece of guidance this year, and they want it in the form of a handbook that can be a tangible piece that districts and educators and families can use. And so we started to work on that handbook. And we entered into a contract through an RFP process with Sterling Literacy, this consulting this year. And they were working with me to develop this handbook. And then at the last meeting, the board asked that I please also have a small subcommittee of them assist me with that. So there will now be a small subcommittee working with Sterling Consulting, Literacy Consulting to support the development of the dyslexia handbook in the near future, and hopefully by the end of next year. So the next recommendations I'm going to talk about are 1, 11, and 17. And this was also included in the scope of work of the department this year. And this asks that the Department of Education, in collaboration with area education agencies, would collaborate and would develop an action plan for the dyslexia professional learning framework. In response to this, I have been meeting with the dyslexia specialist endorsees from every AEA under the leadership of Wendy Robinson. And we've been meeting to collaborate and create this action plan. This action plan has 2 parts right now. The first part identifies the many stakeholder groups that might ask for professional development related to dyslexia. And it also includes the depth of knowledge each of those stakeholder groups would need for their role. And finally, it includes the specific dispositions, knowledge, and skills that we would want them to know for each of these different stakeholder groups. And that lives on a chart for all of us to access and use when asked to give professional development. The second part of our action plan is a resource bank, and it will include eventually blogs, articles, websites, podcasts, e-learning modules, and webinars that any of us can pull for professional development. Our goal is, and with the chart and these resources, is to provide consistency across the state of Iowa with dyslexia professional development, so that no matter where you are in the state, you're hearing the same information when you're receiving professional development for dyslexia.
Do we know what the percentage of students across the state are diagnosed with dyslexia?
I don't know exactly for Iowa. I do know that generally, I hear ranges, but it can go up to 20% of the population can have dyslexia.
Is that
in
K-12?
But
Is that K-12?
that's general population.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is dyslexia only literacy or is it also numerical? You know what I
It can
mean?
impact numerical, I'm sure, but it is about literacy. It's about the phonology piece of language. And when a child tries to connect what they speak into the graphemes, the print on the page in their brain, there's a place where that connection is not easy for them. And so as we work with our dyslexic children, we really try to help them find a different way in their brain to make those connections so that they're able to read print. It's more of a phonology issue, which numbers might play into that a little bit, but it's really phonology and print connection that's the main piece of dyslexia. Okay. So as we think about next steps for going forward, the handbook and the action plan are going to continue to be high priority for the department, and we'll continue to work on them. We also have a number of other task force recommendations that we still need to work on, so we'll be starting to work on those. We will continue to support the dyslexia board and use their input as guidance for us as we move forward. And our other stakeholders as well. We'll continue to reach out to our other stakeholder groups and support them as needed to make sure that all of those impacted with dyslexia have their needs met. So yeah, any other questions or feedback you have for me?
When the statute talks about students with characteristics of dyslexia,
Yeah.
does that mean something different than a student with dyslexia?
I can explain that, yeah. And so as education practitioners, we don't have the right licensure type. We often notice the characteristics of dyslexia, and we might have a pretty good understanding and even looking at test scores and different things like, oh, this child might have dyslexia, we do not have the correct licensure type to diagnose. So characteristics of dyslexia simply means that we notice that the way they are performing and their test scores and what they're doing points that direction. But we can't say that they have diagnosis. That's a specialized degree that you, I believe, I don't know who provides diagnosis, but it's not educators. Well, I do know, but I went to, with my son, we went to the University of Iowa.
Right.
To the Center for Disabilities.
Right.
This is just outstanding work. I mean, it's been a recognized prohibiting factor for students in their educational careers for decades.
Yes.
And effectively ignored. So I applaud the state for carving out this opportunity for us to be leaders and help these students be more successful and feel better about their educational experience, because I know a lot of them hide that and feel ashamed.
You're right.
When it has nothing to do with that at all. So thank you.
It's literally a brain-based.
Right.
Yeah. And the more I learned about, the more I found that out.
Things must be going much, much better because there for a while we're having dyslexia
Public comments, every meeting.
Every meeting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it's really great to see the progress at on the recommendations from the task force, because yeah, literally every meeting it would be like, we had these recommendations and you have not acted on them. So it's awesome to see this progress.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And a wonderful expert leading the work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And creating this position, getting the right person.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Gear Up Iowa. Welcome. Hello. Afternoon. Yeah, all right.
Christina, get started here. I'm Dave Ford. I'm Bureau Chief, Iowa College Aid. Thank you for allowing us to share a little bit more about what our Bureau does. Christina is going to share a little bit today about our federal Gear Up programs. We've been running those for many years. We are our third iteration of our federal Gear Up grant in our community engagement section. And also concurrently run a statewide Gear Up Future Ready program as well. With that, I'll turn things over to Section Chief Christina Sabui.
Thank you, Dave. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Christina Sabui. As Dave mentioned, I oversee the community engagement section of the Bureau of Iowa College Aid. And I'm going to give you a little of an overview of what Gear Up is. So I find myself that I need to actually push there we go. So Gear Up, what is it? Gear Up is actually an acronym for Gaining Early Awareness and Readiness for Undergraduate Programs. And it is a U.S. Department of Education discretionary grant that is awarded to states and partnerships across the nation. Gear Up is generally a 7-year grant that focuses on increasing our academic performance, preparation for post-secondary, high school graduation, enrollment and post-secondary, and then also student and family knowledge of options, preparation, and financing. In terms of Gear Up being present in Iowa, we actually have 3 U.S. Department of Education state level grants. We started off in 2008 and it follows a cohort. So those students graduated in 2014 from 17 different districts in the state. The second iteration began in 2014 with the graduating class of 2020 of all years. And so we supported that group of students through into their first year of post-secondary education. And upon finishing that grant, we were also awarded a Gear Up Iowa Future Ready grant, which is actually from COVID relief funds through the governor's office. And that serves currently 11th grade class in 11 districts across the state. And then just recently in October, we were awarded our Gear Up 3.0 iteration that serves 13 districts. It is our largest funding yet, $25.8 million for 7 years to serve up to about 7,500 students, we hope, throughout the duration of this grant. And that will be the graduating class of 2029, and we will serve them into their first year of college, so through that first year. So how does Gear Up relate to the State Board of Education? I think it's important for us to give this context, and also that similar to the State Board of Education and the department, Gear Up focuses with the student at the center of everything, with concentric circles essentially wrapping around that student at every level. And they tie into each of the State Board of Education's goals. So when we look at the student level, that is providing all students with multiple pathways for post-secondary success. Gear Up focuses very much on this potential of our students for success and aligning our outcomes to that. At the next level, we're looking at school staff. We're looking at how do we support our high quality teachers and educators in every classroom, providing professional development and support and funding for our partner districts across the state. At the next level, we're looking building wide and actually addressing equity in education and narrowing and closing our achievement and opportunity gaps. And we do that, again, through engaging school-wide efforts in changing the culture and the supports for post-secondary attainment. And then finally, the community level, because schools do not operate in isolation. Our families, our community partners and educators across into our post-secondary institutions also are a part of this. And so fostering that culture and climate is the supportive part of the system that encompasses all of Gear Up's work. So who is the Gear Up Iowa cohort? So as I mentioned, we serve a cohort of students. So we follow them through their progression, beginning in 7th grade and through to their high school graduation and post-secondary. These are key indicators that demonstrate, in particular, the need and the dynamics of our cohorts across the state. So we're looking at, on the left-hand side here, our underrepresented minority populations, and then on the right-hand side, our free and reduced price lunch students. When we look at our cohorts, so these are students that are at our partner districts, we're looking at a higher percentage that are underrepresented minorities compared to our non-Gear Up schools and compared to the statewide rate, as well as a higher percentage of free and reduced price lunch. Not only is it higher, it's increasing over the last 20 years by a substantial rate. So this shows why this particular program is very connected to the needs of these districts. Where are we located? So I joke often that this is sort of the storm front across the state because it just happens to follow that path. But when we're looking at the color coding here, so our blue districts were involved in the Gear Up 2.0 grant, also in 1.0, but they have moved on and were able to sustain a lot of the work that we did through those grant iterations. And so they're no longer part of Gear Up, but they're part of the historic alumni. And then our newest districts are those yellow, the purple ones. So Burlington and Cardinal are our newest partner districts that are a part of the Gear Up 3.0 grant. We do have an overlap between Gear Up Future Ready and Gear Up 3.0. So we're serving both the 11th grade class and the 7th grade class right now in 11 districts across the state.
So those in blue are no longer.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there like a certain, so they can be eligible to do it again? Or is there like a certain threshold they have to meet where they're not eligible or?
It's perfectly aligned with the information on this slide. So our partnerships, so in order to be eligible to be a part of Gear Up, the incoming school, so our middle school needs to be 50% or greater free or reduced price lunch. That's the only federal grant criteria. Beyond that, we ask for every district to submit an application and commit to being a part of the work for the 7 years. It's a pretty big commitment in terms of matching the funds that we receive and engaging with the work that we will be working with them on. So they have to be willing to do that. So we have included every district right now that wanted to be a part and that submitted an application, and we hope that we can continue to do that. But we do have districts after the fact that come back and go, how can we be a part of this? The next cycle, unfortunately, we can't run two at the same time on the federal level, but we will be working to get more districts on going forward.
So they would have to wait until the end of the cycle?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a long cycle.
Okay, wow, yeah.
So how does Gear Up actually work? So these are the key components. Statewide coordination, our bureau helps assist with providing the funding, the training, technical assistance, a framework for how those schools operate, providing evaluation and oversight. The districts, again, the criteria, they have to be free and reduced price lunch. They have to submit an application and be committed. Also the community partnerships. So we have 40 plus partnerships that are engaged in this work. It includes all of our post-secondary institutions, our secondary schools, as well as any business community partners and our state government partners, including like Iowa Workforce Development and others that help support our cohort through the entire duration of the grant. In terms of how this actually works practically in the schools, develop a framework that provides guidance to the schools so that they go through an iterative process of actually developing a plan every year that meets the needs of their cohort and their building and where they're trying to get in terms of outcomes. So we provide sort of a general guidance, but we allow them to tailor this to their needs. And that's really important because obviously every building, every student is different. And we want to make sure that we're not heavy-handedly basically telling what they have to do. And in terms of core components of that framework, we're looking at district and career academic plan requirements, ensuring that their teams are coming together around that, and we're supporting that since that is a requirement by the state. Staff and building capacity supports and student and family support. So all of these are components that they have to address in their plan every year. Again, the cohort I mentioned, we have 2 different cohorts running at the same time right now. And then another part relating to 3.0 is that half of all federal funds are actually deposited into a pool of money that is a scholarship for those students that they will receive upon graduation and enrollment into an eligible institution. They don't have any other criteria in terms of academic performance, even participation in the program. They simply have to enroll in an eligible institution and be eligible to fill out the FAFSA. So beyond that, they receive that scholarship, and our team at Iowa College AIDS Bureau has a dedicated group of people that help support the implementation of that scholarship, which is arguably the best administered in the nation in terms of effectively spending these funds and having students receive them. In terms of why Gear Up is important, so when we're looking at key indicators in terms of post-secondary attainment and success, we're looking at high school graduation rate, FAFSA completion, because it's our greatest indicator for enrollment in post-secondary, and then actual enrollment. And when you're looking at this graph, you can see that our cohort, generally speaking, we're having a lower high school graduation rate, lower FAFSA completion rate, and lower post-secondary enrollment when we compare it to our non-Gear Up schools and the statewide averages. So how does this actually impact Gear Up? Gear Up actually impact our students. We have proven results. So some really key stats here. We have a 22% increase in ACT participation in our last grant in particular. Students overall are more likely to be on track to graduate. They have higher grade point averages. We have demonstrated increases in math and reading proficiency, increased attendance, post-secondary expectations, 20% increase in FAFSA completion, which is really important because that was 2020 when students were in the process of not being in school and trying to figure out what they were going to be doing. We were still able to increase FAFSA completion. We also have a 3 to 4% increase in college enrollment. That percent increase represents a lot of students overall. And most importantly, it's reducing the college enrollment gap. We have demonstrated evidence that the students that are part of our cohort that enroll are just as likely as their higher income peers to actually persist in college. So that means Gear Up is doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is leveling the playing field for those high need students. In addition, what does it mean for the state evidence base? We have 3 peer-reviewed publications that have been released and are used to inform a lot of other Gear Up programs around the nation. We have increased demand in terms of schools wanting to be a part of this and more schools eligible to be a part of this than they were in 2008. And we can also see impacts beyond the cohort. So when you're looking at longitudinal data, you can actually see when our cohorts graduate because they're blips, which shows, again, the impact that Gear Up is having. And then what does it mean at the end? It means, what does it mean for the students? So these are students that have been a part of each of the prior grants. One of them was a prior staff member of Iowa College AIDS, so she ended up getting to come back and work with us after being a Gear Up cohort graduate. And then in addition, we have recent students as well. I want to share for 3.0, we have a 7th grade student who's receiving tutoring to support his academic growth. And he mentioned that this tutoring, this support that's available, the principal first stated that they did not have this available. They would not have been able to provide the supports that they are doing through Gear Up funds now. But this student is now on track, not having difficulty in the classroom, and actually is looking forward to going to class. And that is setting the way for success over the next coming 6 years. So thank you. Any questions?
Couple. So the school districts involved, I'm assuming they submit an application for funding. Are there programs unique or similar? If I'm a student in whatever school, let's say I saw Marshalltown was one, is my Gear Up experience going to be different than my peers within Marshalltown, but similar to other peers? Explain that a little bit.
Sure. So it's a school-wide commitment. So if you're in the grade, so if you're in 7th grade right now, you're a part of Gear Up 3.0, everybody in the 7th grade in that school is going to get the same support, just dependent on the plan that Marshalltown puts together. So let's say Marshalltown, they decide that we really need to run students that are on a DNF list, and we're going to do academic targeted tutoring for math. And we're also going to do a college visit for every student, but we're going to target certain students that want to go to, maybe they want to visit University of Iowa. So they can tailor their services based on what they want to do. So the experience is going to be specific to the school. if you compare it to what, let's say, Des Moines might do, it's going to be a little bit different in Marshalltown than in Des Moines based on what areas they want to address in terms of student experience. Comparative programs, the closest aligned to Gear Up are like TRIO student support services things, which are more focused on a more tailored cohort and usually on a college-based program versus a high school-based program. That would be the only comparable that I can think of. But we do have partnerships together with, let's say, IJAG, other in-the-school programs that support like work-based learning and other things. The point of Gear Up really is to try to align those services and supports and then essentially meet the gap where it might not be funded or might not be coordinated appropriately.
And for background, when we were in Storm Lake a couple of months ago, one of the questions around the post-secondary indicators report was how are we supporting students in attaining college readiness and ultimately pursuing post-secondary education. And that was soon after, under Christina's leadership, the team was awarded an over $25 million Gear Up grant. So we're just excited to share more about this work. They work obviously very closely with Iowa College Aids Board or Commission and wanted to ensure the connectedness with the state board as well.
And Superintendent Cole in Storm Lake personally helps write every plan that we do every year. She did that in Fort Dodge prior, and now she's on it in Storm Lake.
What do you anticipate the size of scholarship will be for each student as they apply?
Our section chief, Todd Brown, does an exceptional job at planning us out. In the past, it's been around $600 a semester. I'm hopeful we can get something similar. So they can get up to, I think, about $1,300 to $1,200 because summer is also factored in there if they want to do summer. So we try to maximize and make sure that we have the maximum amount of dollars going to students. So it's a fine art.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Okay. Legislative update.
Anything happened while we were in session?
Today?
Today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you have news that
No, I wanted the latest and greatest, so I thought that.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Eric St. Clair, Legislative Liaison for the department. Happy to be here to talk through, provide a summary of some of the action that took place over the last couple of months, the legislative session. So looking a couple of weeks back, the legislature adjourned officially on Saturday, April 20th in the wee hours of the morning. I think it was about like 4:20 something.
Is that typical?
It depends. It depends. It's an election.
And the rules or something, because isn't there a thing, didn't they pass a law that they couldn't go past like midnight or something like that?
Well, as they approach the end of session, some of those rules start going by the wayside by design so that they start ramping up production.
Who has the goal makes the rules.
Exactly. So they were incredibly motivated, I guess, to get out that week. So they kind of hunkered down and burned through the night to that Saturday morning. So yet again, as is typical, education is a prominent topic and a prominent focus of both the governor and the General Assembly. All told, we were looking throughout session at some 300 introduced, reintroduced, amended bills impacting education. And looking at those that have made it through the entire process, we're closely looking at about 27 bills impacting education. Upon adjournment, there is a 30-day signing window that the governor has to review and sign legislation. So just simple napkin math, we're looking at about being halfway through that window where we sit currently. I'll talk through some of those bills with you now, kind of group them into general themes. This isn't comprehensive, but it's just some of the ones that stand out and I feel like you would have an interest in. So we'll start with the bills that the department introduced, and I believe I provided a summary towards the start of session about the department's sponsored bills. We were quite successful this session in advancing our policy agenda. So we had House File 2153, which related to Iowa College student aid reporting requirements. Currently, they have several different reporting requirements. What this would do is consolidate into a single, all those reporting requirements into a single report that we do annually to General Assembly. And it would be reporting on all state-funded scholarship programs that actually received an appropriation. So that just creates consistency. There's several currently funded scholarship programs that have a reporting requirement. There's several currently funded scholarship programs that don't have a reporting requirement, and there's some non-funded scholarship programs that have a reporting requirement. So it's kind of sporadic. This creates consistency and a single report to highlight all those funded scholarship programs. Another big one was House File 2487. So this just just referring to the Board of Educational Examiners omnibus. We had several bills that were impacting the Board of Educational Examiners throughout session. Those were consolidated into a single bill, and that bill made it through session. So ultimately, what we're looking at with this bill is it separates, it focuses on inappropriate relationships, and it breaks the current definition apart into three separate standards, so that it allows for a more nuanced reporting of individual complaints. So those three categories are sexual or physical relationship with a student, grooming behavior, which is brand new, going into code, and then an otherwise inappropriate relationship. So you can be more targeted in the complaint, and it also allows on the backside when the complaint goes public and is put on someone's file. It allows for that more nuanced definition or understanding of what specifically they were charged with, rather than a catch-all inappropriate relationship. So that's one component. It adds student abuse to the list of conduct that is required to be reported to the BOEE. It reassigns the investigative processes related to non-licensed school staff. That was passed last session through House File 430. It removes the responsibilities from the department to the Board of Educational Examiners. It authorizes the BOEE to disclose criminal findings uncovered during an investigation to proper law enforcement. And it allows individuals to file a complaint beyond the current 3-year statute of limitation if the victim was the subject of an inappropriate relationship while a minor. Education standards and literacy, those are another big topic this session. So House File 2545 is a comprehensive review bill, social studies, standards revision process, several components related to it. I believe the director might have alluded to this earlier, but it does require the director of the department to conduct a comprehensive review of the state's high school graduation requirements and education standards. It amends the process for the adoption of education standards by the State Board of Education to remove reference to administrative rule. So you'll still be required to take formal action for adoption of standards. We just then don't have to take those 200 pages and put them into administrative rule. And then it also directs the State Board of Education to complete a review and revision of the state social studies standards. The director is supposed to present these revised standards to the board by December 31st, 2025. And in the review and revision, it specifies that those standards must emphasize U.S. history, government, founding philosophies and principles, important historical figures, Western civilization, and civics. House File 2618 related to reading instruction. This one was just signed into law this week. Requires an institution of higher learning with a practitioner preparation program to assess foundational reading knowledge of teacher candidates using an assessment consistent with the Massachusetts Foundation of Reading Assessment. And it requires a school district to provide written notice to the parents or guardians of a student in kindergarten through grade 6 who is not reading proficiently, including the notification of the option for the parent or guardian to elect to retain the student at grade level if they're not reading proficiently. Requires a school district to develop personalized reading plan for a student in kindergarten through grade 6. reading proficiently as well. Going forward, school safety and security was another focus. There is House File 2586 related to school security in general. It also made some modifications to the permit to carry process. Previously, the legislature authorized school boards, if they so choose, to allow school staff to carry weapons, concealed weapons. And then this kind of extends that conversation and it extends qualified immunity in certain situations to individuals as well. Somewhat related, House File 2652. This is focused more on the professional development and school safety infrastructure component. It establishes a school safety and security infrastructure task force to be convened by the Department of Public Safety, but the Department of Education and Department of Homeland Security will also be involved with that task force as well. Their focus is to study and make recommendations regarding safety and security standards for school, including standards for doors, windows, cameras, and locks. Lastly, there was House File 2653, which specifically provides support to the Perry Community School District as that community recovers from the tragedy that occurred there earlier this year. It largely affirms multiple actions of the Department of Education that we took to support the Perry Community School District, including actions to waive several state reporting, assessment, and other statutory requirements. Part of that work that we completed in consultation with Perry also involved waivers from the U.S. Department of Education regarding federal reporting and assessment requirements as well. There's two notable alignment bills. House File 2612 relates to the area education agencies. The bill was signed earlier in the session and most by now are familiar with the broad components of that legislation aimed at focusing the work of that system on outcomes for students and in particular students who are receiving special education services. The director previously mentioned several other aspects of that legislation as well, including the professional development components and also the meaningful increase to new and experienced teacher pay. And then lastly, Senate File 2385, boards and commissions. You are also starting to grapple with that as well. There will be more conversations to come on that topic. To wrap it up, appropriations. It's usually the last thing that they work on during the legislative session. Senate File 2435 is specifically related to the education appropriations. So some key components of that. There is a general administrative increase to the Department of Education for a total general admin budget of $6.9 million, which is the first substantive increase to the department's general admin budget in many, many years. That's a very positive development, and we hope to continue that going forward. We do appreciate the support that the legislature provided us going forward. We also saw an increase to our CTE administrative budget of $123,000, which allows us to fully capture our federal Perkins administrative funds as well. So effectively, we take that $123,000 and we can double that by matching federal funds. And then there is funding for the new Division of Special Education that is provided $10 million and also funding to the department for the provision of required professional development. The bill did include several policy provisions, therapeutic classroom transportation claims, reimbursement changes, which was a department bill as well, which allows us to take any unspent transportation claims funds and transfer those to the incentive fund program to increase the number of therapeutic classrooms across the state. There's some policy provisions related to chronic absenteeism. It reinstated open enrollment deadlines. And it also, as we mentioned previously, extends the Iowa Dyslexia Board to 2027. As we do every year, we're in the process of developing the letter to the field, which will provide a summary of this legislation and the others impacting the education field. And it also provides, next steps about what required work we're directed to do via legislation, whether administrative rules will be forthcoming, that sort of thing. As mentioned, we're still within the 30-day window. So our goal is to release that shortly after the signing window closes in a couple weeks from now. Any questions?
Did I miss, did you mention about the increase for beginning teachers and
Yes.
teachers?
Yep.
And then,
I alluded to it. I didn't go into detail.
okay, well, and then there was some funds for support staff too.
There was, yep, there
Do
was.
you have any details about that? Because I had some people from the field were asking about clarifications for that. What that entails.
Yep, there was $14 million that was included in the standing appropriations bill. And so that more information will be coming, that is closely related to the human experience teacher pay. So more information will be coming.
And that was what was referred to in the director's update, that the department, I believe last Tuesday or Wednesday, provided to all superintendents and then publicly on our website, detailed FAQs on a number of these questions. So I'll make sure that the board all has the hyperlink to that.
You mentioned the qualified immunity for staff hearing funds. What can you tell me a little bit more about that?
That's a great Thomas question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just one component to add on to 2545, it also includes a directive to produce a statewide literacy plan to increase student proficiency using systematic and sequential approaches to teaching the 5 pillars. And also has the state board look at the approval standards for teacher preparation programs, again, incorporating the 5 pillars. So that will be, if ultimately signed, a body of work that the state board will undertake with the support of the department.
Very productive session for sure.
Very busy session. Yep. We have a lot of work to do over the next couple of months.
So what leftover agenda items do you think may reappear next session?
I was afraid to ask. I thought.
I don't know. I don't know. The thing there is that there's an election between now and then. So that will inevitably impact the agenda next session. Difficult to say at this point.
Thank you.
Does the DE have ideas as far as items they'd like to file?
At this point, we have not developed that yet. We're still in processing mode. Once we get the implementation squared away and get that on course, about late summer, early fall, we begin the policy development process. So there'll be more to come on that.
It seems like anymore, it seems like a lot of the bills are ready, set to go way before the session ever begins.
Yeah. Well, to do policy well, you want to give it enough time to breathe, right? And to make sure you get it right. So we try to give enough time to give them thorough reviews, make sure they're where we want them to be, and get the right people, get it vetted. So we get it right.
Any other questions for Eric? Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
All right. SBRC.
Good afternoon, Cassandra Klein, Bureau Chief for the Bureau of School Business Operations. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I'm here to provide an update of the summary of action that occurred during the School Budget Review Committee's regular session held on March 26th of this year. As with each March, the committee reviewed the preliminary FY25 cash reserve levy limits. The final levy limits always come to us in the fall. Out of 325 school districts for FY25, 151 were able to levy and 174 are planning not to levy, at least at this point. For the gifted and talented restricted dollars, that amount is actually part of the state aid per pupil funding, but amount of that per pupil funding is restricted for tag purposes. The districts are required to come up with 75% of that out of their state aid. And so this year, that amount was based on a 0% SSA, as that amount was not confirmed at that time. And so it was $71. And then the district out of other funds is required to provide a match of 24. Item C at the informational items included reporting the UAB per pupil. So that is the unspent authorized budget or spending authority by each student. The reason that information is provided to the SBRC is because there is the standing question of how much is enough and how much is too much. Any request for modified supplemental amount or that spending authority that comes to the SBRC is required to be given within the context of need. They have to establish need, also within the context that it was unforeseen or that it was some unusual circumstance outside of at least the collective actions. So when SBRC tries to determine whether or not that need exists, they need additional context. The answer for how much is too much or is there a need is different for every single district. And so they have worked to provide additional metrics that they can help to provide some sort of common picture between them, to compare them, and again, to just use as one measure when they're considering those requests. The thing I'd like to bring your attention to as part of item 1C is the third table, very close to the bottom. Just noting that the amount of unspent dollars or unspent authority per pupil dropped $186 from FY22 to FY23. So as we start to see that fiscal spending cliff from those pandemic funds, this is one of the things that I think is resulting from that, because you see the average UAB per pupil overall dropped $1,300, and that categorical or with the without the categoricals, just the regular program balance dropped over $100. So I think districts for a little bit, we had seen kind of that spike in the per pupil amounts because districts were spending those pandemic funds instead of their state aid dollars. And so now they're dropping back to spending those state aid dollars again. Item 1D, at the December hearing, the SBRC had taken action to send a letter to the School Finance Formula Review Committee to ask them to address special education funding in the state of Iowa. At the March hearing, we brought that in for that item back for further discussion. And at that time, it was decided to delay the letter until later this year. So that will be brought up again at the October hearing, or at least within the work session, to determine next steps. And the reason for that is, one, the School Finance Formula Review Committee was not planning to meet for a while, and so they wanted to provide information closer to that meeting time. They also wanted to see what type of legislative changes were already going to affect special education funding in the state. And then probably more importantly even was to be able to provide the context in the letter within the context of FY24 special education balances, so that as the committee reviewed the request, it would be within the context of the most recent special education balances. The committee then took action on multiple items. I missed one informational item, excuse me. The committee also reviewed ahead of schedule, I might add, began reviewing pursuant to its duties under Executive Order 10, the SBRC Administrative Rules, Chapter 289. And so we reviewed some of the things that were potentially going to be changed, updated, deleted, things that were duplicative of code. And then we will bring that back for the October work session, at which time we anticipate noticing rules in December and then adopting in March. Additional actions taken included the special education administrative costs. So this allows districts that are engaged in specific programs to actually charge administrative costs of special education programs to special education. That does allow that to impact that special education balance and potentially local property taxes. The committee took action to approve at-risk dropout requests. There were 319 districts that did request and were approved for MSA for at-risk dropout programs. 4 districts were not eligible to request because the amount of their carry forward balance of the at-risk dollars exceeded the statutory limit that they were able to request. And then there are 2 districts that did not make a request, although they may have. The committee also took action to award the $11,000 from the teacher Apple license plates that come to the committee every year for distribution. And those are distributed to the districts with the highest transportation cost per pupil around the state. Hamburg submitted a certificate of need request for an infrastructure project to spend SAVE dollars. This is required in statute for districts that either have a high school with less than 100 students or an overall district enrollment of less than 250. This is actually an update to a 2022 request that was previously approved after they received their bids back. The project that they had planned to do when they had submitted the con in 2022 was far more costly than they had anticipated, just because of the changes to construction. And so they did resubmit and toned the project down a little bit and changed the amount of dollars that they were going to use from SAVE. Last couple of items, the committee also approved 3 requests from districts for MSA related to asbestos abatement. Many districts across the state still have older buildings that were built with asbestos. So anytime they're going to be renovating, selling, demolishing, they still need to go in and have abatement activities. The last action item was for Iowa City. That was for not only to grant spending authority for abatement activities, but also to grant an additional amount for incurring a negative unspent balance in the prior year. There was a miscalculation of how much their special education deficit was. And so they had appeared in December. They had made a request for MSA for the amount by which they were negative. However, that amount was missing $2 million, which was an error on an application reporting. It was later discovered. And so the committee in December said, take that to your board. If your board approves it, you can bring it back in March, which they did, and that amount was granted.
So this is for special ed deficit.
The error that caused the amount of the negative unspent balance to be negative was because of an error. So in December, it showed they were negative about $400,000 when there was $2 million that was reported duplicatively. And so when we did the calculation for their deficit, it should have been $2 million less. So their negative unspent balance was actually $2.5 million. So when they came in December, the amount they could have requested would have been $2.5 million.
And $2.5 million is from overspending their budget.
Overspending their authority.
Okay, just in general, nothing.
In general.
Special ed.
Correct. The deficit only came into consideration because that's where the error was. And it was just in a reporting error between the CAR and the ATR and the SES. So each fall, they report the fiscal information as well as the special education supplement and the annual transportation report. All 3 of those applications work together to calculate the special education deficit, taking into consideration the transportation costs. $2 million from the transportation application accounted on $2 million that was already counted here. So it added an extra $2 million to their special education deficit. So they thought they were getting the $2 million in their deficit, but they didn't because it was a duplicate amount. So then it just came out of their deficit and then just made them overall negative $2 million more.
Okay, trying to follow all of that.
I know.
Sorry, I can.
Well,
try again.
my question
Everyone just
is
keeps on
this.
looking at it like, you understand that?
So the $2 million, whether it sounds like is there error reporting?
Correct. It was a duplicate amount.
Okay, but the bottom line is that they overspent their budget by $2 million.
Correct.
And so they had like a negative $2 million balance.
Correct.
And so then why are we bailing them out?
So what typically happens from a precedent standpoint is that if a district comes and they are required to submit a corrective action plan for a negative unspent balance, then if that plan is provided and it was thoughtful and it is able to bring them back to a positive balance, they do have to say we will be positive by the following year and then provide also a 5-year forecast that shows them with an increasingly positive balance. And then so oftentimes the committee will grant that modified supplemental amount so that it will help them to be able to just go to a position of maintaining. Go ahead.
Was the negative spending a result of the error in posting? So did they spend the 2 million because they were misposting it along the way?
That's a great question. And no, it wasn't. There was no error in their books. It was just a matter of how it got counted when they submitted the applications to us at the end. Iowa City has appeared at the SBRC for various reasons for the last couple of years. The SBRC, if you recall from prior conversations, looks at not just a negative authority, but also they look at negative regular program balances. And so I believe it's for the last 3 years, the Iowa City has been required to come to the SBRC, either for a negative regular program balance or for the last 2 years incurring a negative unspent balance. I believe the first time that they incurred a negative unspent balance, it was by an amount less than their special education balance. And so they weren't required to come. Districts are required to provide for the special education program. And sometimes that makes them overspend their authority. However, because we know that they're going to get that amount back that they overspent for the special ed program, then we don't consider that to be an overspending. It's just that preliminary amount until they're able to get the spending authority to track back.
That's not the case here.
That's not the case here, correct? They overspent in addition to that.
So does the SBRC typically, if somebody comes in, they overspend their budget, they make them whole with a workout plan? Is that what you do typically?
Oftentimes, yes. Oftentimes. And I would say there are larger circumstances in Iowa City. So they have been in a period of growth for a number of years. And so they've also been coming to the SBRC to request MSA for initial staffing. They've been opening up new buildings, planning for the new enrollment. And I know that just within the documents that they've been sharing with the SBRC, those enrollment numbers have not come to fruition. In fact, they've not come back to pre-pandemic levels yet. And so all of the growth that they had done with building and expanding, planning for these students to come, some of that has not happened at the rate that they had anticipated. And so some of that was they built expecting for them to come and they just haven't been able to fill those seats now. And so they're continuing to work through trying to address and right size the district.
There's no money going to Iowa City. They're just using future excess surplus to restore this, right?
They have a couple of options on how they do it. They could levy for the additional authority that was granted to them. Yes.
To the taxpayers.
Correct. There's no money from the SBRC going.
Right. But if they don't do the levy, they had to give you a plan that within 5 years, they would restore a positive balance and effectively recoup this, at least on the financial statement.
Correct. From a spending authority standpoint, they have to
So they
become.
borrowed from the future.
Well,
Effectively, there's not a negative consequence unless you said no. Then they'd have to do something.
schools are restricted by what their budget authority is. And so.
But they've already breached that.
I get that, especially the way we're bailing them out. So, yeah, I mean, the Iowa City taxpayers, if the board chooses to levy, I'm not sure why they wouldn't levy. It'd be part of their 5-year plan. I'd be shocked if they didn't levy for it. But it's Iowa City taxpayers that are funding it. So there is a cost to this, but then it's the 5-year plan then comes back to the SBRC for approval and monitoring.
It doesn't, unless they're negative again. And just to clarify a point, they do have to show that they're going to be negative by the end of next fiscal year. And so it's yes, thank you, that they're going to be positive. And then they sustain that through 5 years. So there's the 2-year plan, the current year and next year that they would show they're going to be positive, and then the sustainability of the 5-year plan, correct?
So what happens if they're not, they are negative?
Then they have to come back again, and then they have to create an updated corrective action plan. And, it's not typical for a district to come more than 2 times in a row. Of course, we've seen that recently, with like a Davenport or somebody.
So I'm like, so when does it come to us? We have to go down that path again.
Within the conversations that we've had with Iowa City, I haven't seen a lack of willingness from the district to do the right thing. I think that I would start from there as how this is different from Davenport. And then also we haven't seen the programmatic issues.
Nobody's trying to.
Yeah.
Approximately, what is their budget?
I can tell you. At 200 million.
That's 1% between Brent.
Yeah. 2 million in Iowa City is like 1 million in Iowa Falls, I think, so.
Oh,
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, meeting dates for.
Happy to facilitate this. So final agenda item, you have in board book proposed meeting dates for calendar year 2025. It includes meeting dates for every year. We do not expect to use all of these dates. We have met with more frequency this year than we have in prior years. So we're expecting likely to have 9 meetings in 2025, but wanted to ensure that we could hold dates in case there was a need for certain packages to proceed or statutory requirements and timelines that they were held in advance instead of working to identify dates at a later time. So an example of that would be for our December board meeting, which we needed to have to ensure rules packages made the required timeline. So that's the background that Deborah and Jeremy provided in these proposed meeting dates. Are there any points of feedback, or do folks want to reflect on these with their calendars and get back with us? Are we ready to approve these meeting dates?
Can you remind me which ones would be the tentative dates besides December?
Jeremy?
Yes, ma'am. It would be January, March, May, June, August, September, and November.
Those
Those are the 7 usually scheduled meetings, and then December for rules and February for charter school approvals if we need, which are likely.
Which are likely?
That would be.
Yes. Yeah, so likely not a meeting in April, and then not a meeting in July, and not a meeting in October.
So if we already know on our schedule, there's a date that we can't make, is a way to say that to you now?
Yeah, happy to.
Can't make February 6th.
The months again, Jeremy, that were above and beyond, so to speak.
January.
I can't find them.
The additional ones, so that would be
Oh, the additional
April,
ones.
July, and October, correct?
Be April, July, October. For the 3, and then December and February are typically not scheduled, but are, or usually if needed, but they are likely this year.
And again, February for charters, and then December for rules,
Thanksgiving's like
correct?
24th.
Okay,
Then it's the follow,
the next week, okay. It's typically that way, then.
the 4th Thursday.
Have people looked at their calendars besides Mary?
I don't have anything on my calendar for 2025 yet. I'm like, I have no idea.
I appreciate knowing these dates.
Yeah.
To carve.
Yeah, no, it's good to know them, yeah.
But February 1 is already.
It'd be some fabulous
A
one.
cruise.
Oh, fun.
I'm not canceling it.
Don't tell me.
Don't cancel it, no.
Yeah, right.
That's awesome.
Just call in from.
Oh, yeah, right.
Thing for the board.
So I just see the notation at the bottom. The only time we're going to travel this year is for the September retreat. We won't do anything else offsite.
Is that for next year? This year? Next year?
2026.
So that is the note from prior years. So I want to revisit that with the board. We had talked about traveling at least twice a year. Is that still the board's desire?
Like in March again, and then in September? Is that what you're saying? If we did twice a year?
It could be in March, it could be in May, whatever's desired.
Not in May.
Not in May?
No. Sorry.
Too much of
It's
this
just the way
will
I'm drowning right now, so.
Yeah.
So, is there interest in doing offsite so that we can observe a model program or a program in action on March 20th and September 11th and 12th? Or would we, or is there a desire to return to one traveling meeting a year?
I think it's nice to get out and
Yes.
see where we're going. It's very, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's always a hassle to travel, but a lot of you guys had to travel, so I guess for us in Des Moines, I guess we can. I guess I forgot that you guys have to travel, so like.
Between Des Moines and Dubuque.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we did Storm Lake, so that was good.
Yeah.
Let's not do like Shenandoah.
Right. I think
I mean,
it'd be
only
nice to go
say
to some
that
places
for-
that are represented maybe on the board, you know?
Our last
like Dubuque or
places have
something
been,
else.
Forest City, Council Bluffs and Storm Lake.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be nice to go to places where board members are, you know, I mean, like it would be nice to visit places where board members go, so they can showcase their areas. Maybe.
Welcome to Carlisle.
Sure. Can we go to the greenhouse?
Yes.
I've been there. I'm just kidding.
So it sounds like the prevailing desire is to have two traveling meetings, one in March, one in September. If any additional dates don't work, it would be good to have that information as soon as you identify it. Are we in a place where we feel we can adopt these board dates? Or would we like to continue to reflect upon them?
I've looked at the board dates on my calendar. I can plan around all of them. But I'm also flexible if we have to make sure we have a quorum.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's more important.
Well, we'll have another member by then.
Well,
Yeah.
a quorum, our new quorum number will be 5.
5?
5 out of 7, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be important.
I mean, just looking at it, and I did also put them on my calendar and they look fine, but you know, when you're working, sometimes you don't have a say in things that are added to your calendar, so,
Sometimes, yeah.
but definitely try to, I mean, at this point, I would say I'm good with those dates.
And then before the board moves to adopt, are there any specific, and no need to answer now, but if there are any specific programs or institutions that you would desire having an offsite at? We have some ideas, but would also welcome your feedback.
Well, if we're gonna do two visits a year, I guess I would ask that at least one visit a year be something community college focused and the other one be K through 12, just so we have balance in the system.
Thank you.
Or another partner, because when you said that, I also thought of the Iowa Reading Research Center. Which is at Iowa, which is obviously not a community college, but.
That's fair.
That would be a good place.
That would be,
Program and all this kind of.
We've been working with them.
A better way to say it is something that sites that are reflective of the entire system, so we don't end up.
Yeah. Especially if we're doing it twice a year, I think it opens up more opportunities to see different things, yeah.
Any other feedback as we plan that?
So are we in a position to approve these dates?
I move that we approve the dates that are outlined here for 2025 State Board of Education meetings.
Moved by Mary, second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion is carried.